The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us. Can you first of all confirm if you can hear us loud and clear? You can reply to this in the questions dialog box. Can you please confirm if you can hear us? You should be able to see two cameras. One with the trainer, other myself. Number two, you should be able to see the Excel screen in front of you. All right. What's the response? Are people hearing? Yes. All right, great. Thank you very much. I very warmly welcome all of you to this session. We are very glad that we are offering cutthroat CPD seminars, webinars to all of you, which I'm sure are helping you in your day-to-day work. This was, I think, one of the best one of the best responses we received to our webinars so far. With about 2,400 people registered for the webinars, for this particular webinar. For the first time, we've had a look at the people who are ACCA stakeholders but were not active stakeholders, and we had to regret some of the participants from joining in, so that people who are an active member of ACCA or are active affiliates or students, they should have the first right to attend our webinars. We don't want to deprive anyone of the knowledge that ACCA imparts, and therefore the recording of this session, as usual, is going to be available to all those individuals who may not be active at the moment but would like to benefit from what ACCA offers to them. Just a few housekeeping measures. First of all, we must tell you that the trainer is using Microsoft Office Professional 2016. I repeat, Microsoft Office Professional 2016. There are a few features that are only available in this particular release of Microsoft Office. There could be a situation, for example, when we will discuss Power Pivot, there could be some situations where those features may not be available on your software. So you need to first of all go back and check if you are using Microsoft Office 2016 Professional Edition. If yes, the trainer will be able to tell you how to switch on those features also. So the features are there, but they have to be switched on. Those who are using Microsoft Office 2013, yesterday we had sent out an email to all of them highlighting the add-ins that they need to install in their Microsoft Excel. So I hope they would have done that already. In case you are facing any problems, you just have to be patient. You can type in a question. We may not be able to answer there and then, but at least you will be able to see how the feature works. And later on, once you have installed the proper add-in in your Microsoft Excel, you should be able to practice those features at home. So I think those were some housekeeping measures. There will be too many participants in the session today. We will not be able to actively answer questions throughout the session. We'll appreciate if you can keep the questions to yourself, put them down somewhere, note them on a writing pad, or make a note of them somewhere. And when we open up for question and answer, we'll appreciate if you could only type in your questions then. We will have some question and answer breaks during the session. Is that right, Mr. Forum? Yes, so we will have a few question and answer breaks in between, and that is when we'll take all those questions from you. I think from time to time, Forum is going to ask you whether you're clear, whether the concept is very patiently, but I'm sure you all also all aware with us about there are about 2,400 individuals who will join us on this webinar. So you just have to be a bit patient with the way the questions will be answered also. So thank you very much. I will hand over to the trainer from here. I will not take any more of your time. I will hand over to the trainer, and I expect that you enjoy the session today. Keep it very interactive, keep it lively, and do give us your feedback, because that is the most important. Thank you very much once again for joining us, and over to Mr. Khoro.
Thank you very much, Harun. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. Okay, today's session is on self-service BI tools, which is one of the excellent features that Microsoft has introduced to its Microsoft Office suite. The basic objective of introducing BI tools to the MS Excel platform is to provide the facility to the Excel user that they should be able to use the Excel platform along with the business intelligence framework. How can data can be used, how can data be analyzed, and we can produce various types of reports based on the data that we have, and understanding the data in a variety of ways, in various ways. Right, so that is the basic objective that. Okay, fine. Okay, the BI, the self-service BI tools primarily is consists of four add-ins, and these add-ins are the Power Pivot, the Power View, the Power Map, and the Power Query. Since its introduction, it was introduced in 2010 MS Office. It was the first add-in that is introduced, that is Power Pivot, and it is alongside with Excel 2010. What we need to do at that time, that we have to first of all download that add-in from the MS Microsoft site, and then we need to download it, and then we need to enable that add-in so that we can use it properly. But as the time passes by, they have introduced 2013, and they have attached two components. These were the built-in component, the built-in add-in. They have introduced in 2013, and these were Power Pivot and Power View. But later in 2016, they have actually gelled all the components with 2016, and there is no need to download these add-ins and then activate it. So if you are the user of 2010 or 2013, for 2010 you need to download all the components and then use it. And if you are the user of 2013, then you have to download Power Map and Power Query. And if you are using 2016, then there is no need to download these add-ins, right? Okay, this webinar aims at to provide you the framework or the understanding that how these four add-ins can be inducted into the framework of Excel, and how these can be used with Excel to produce Excel reports. One day is not sufficient for understanding the complete framework, but the aim of this webinar should be to provide you the kickstart sort of a thing, that you understand these add-ins properly. You have the basic understanding of all these components, or all these add-ins, and further you can develop your own skill in that if you use, if you exercise it properly. First of all, let's see that how these add-ins can be activated. What we need to do if you are using 2016 or 2013, what you need to do, first of all, you need to go press the File button. This will lead you to the backstage view of MS Office, MS Excel, and then you need to click the options. When you click the options, in the left panel of this Excel option dialog box, you will find the second last option, that is add-ins. If you click that add-ins, then at the bottom you will find manage Excel add-ins. Now, there are many types of add-ins available here, but the required add-ins will be available, which is the component add-in, COM add-ins. Click that and click Go. Once you click Go, you will find Power Map, Power Pivot for Excel, and Power View for Excel. You need to check them all and then click OK. Once you click OK, you should find the Power Pivot tab in the ribbon side, and then you might have the Power View tab on the insert, but in some cases the Power View add-ins, the tabs will not be available. So I will let you know that how it can be activated. If you look at here, this should be the button. If you click that, it should appear right over here.
Like you are pointing at the top?
Right? Yes, yes, the top right, the upper right corner of the screen. It should appear. If it should not appear, then I will let you know that how that can be inducted, how can be placed over here. But for the time being, just leave it as it is. In 2013, if you want to download, if you want to execute the Power Query, you need to download it, and similarly you need to enable it, and you will find alongside the Power Pivot the tab of Power Query. But in 2016, the name of the Power Query is somehow changed, and they have gel that component right in the data tab, and you will with the name Get and Transform. This is actually the part where we will be using the Power Query and the stuff related to the Power Query. At the later stages of the webinar, we will be utilizing.
Slow down a bit, because the participants weren't able to get exactly how to activate those add-ins, the COM add-ins. Okay, you can repeat and so that we have them with us.
Okay, fine. I'm told that I need to repeat a process of enabling the add-ins. Okay, fine. What we need to do first of all, you need to go to the File tab, File button. Once you click the File button, it will lead you to the backstage view. Once you go to the backstage view, you need you see the left panel with the green background. You will find an option button. When you click the option button, the Excel option dialog box should appear. In that dialog box, you will find the second last option, which is the add-ins. When you click the add-in, on the right side, you will find some of the add-ins which are either activated or not activated. If you look at this, on my screen, you will find Micro, Power Map, Power Pivot, Power View. All these are activated. If these are not activated and we need to activate that, we need to go to the bottom where you find a manage option, and in front of the manage you should see Excel add-ins, but these add-ins are not Excel add-ins, these are COM add-ins. So you need to select from here the COM add-ins, then you need to click go. Once you click go, it will take you to the COM add-ins area where you can find the 3 add-ins. These will only be available if you are using 2013 or 2016. You will find Power View and Power Pivot if you are using 2013.
There are a few people asking if 2007, 2010 have those features as well or not. Or if not, can they install add-ins as well?
Okay, I actually already answered that question. There is BI features were introduced with the introduction of 2010, right? So you cannot use these features with Excel 2007. That is one point. So you cannot use these features with 2007. But yes, you can use these features with 2010, number one. In order to use with 2010, you need to download Power Pivot and other components. You need to install them. And once these are installed, then you need to activate them like this. It is for 2010. But for 2013, for those who are using 2013 Excel Professional, then Power Pivot and Power View should be there right over here. There is no need to download these add-ins. It should be there, right? But if you want to use the Power Map or Power Query with 2013 Professional, you need to download these 2 add-ins, install it, and then enable it. But if you are using 2016, there is no need to download these add-ins. It is all there. The requirement is only to enable them. And this is how I am doing it. Okay. Once again, I am asked to re-repeat.
Right. Now, let's get this straight right from the beginning. There are people who are still confused, so let's give them their answers. There are people who think they have 2013.
Okay.
They can only see Power Query add-in in 2013. So they need to install those add-ins from the Microsoft website.
Yes.
And we had sent them the link yesterday.
Yes.
So if you see my email of yesterday, you should be able to download the Power Pivot add-ins from the Microsoft website. Okay. I suggest you could do it right now. It doesn't take long. While the session goes on, we will not be able to wait for you now. But for those who have Office 2007 or Office 2010, they can only view those at the moment.
There is no with the 2007, but yes, you can use it with 2010.
Okay, so for those who are using 2007, I'm afraid you can only see on the screen of what we are doing, so you should be able to learn from that. And the recording of this session will also be available. So later on, you can install 2013 or 2016 version and can repeat these alongside, the recording. But for 2010, they can also install the add-in and run but you have to install the add-in directly from the Microsoft website.
But one thing is sure that you need to look into that what version that you have of Excel with you, and you have to download that with add-in accordingly.
Second, Jose is saying that she had installed or she had checked the website also, and she would only find the Power Query added in there, not the Power Pivot.
That's what I'm saying, that if you have 2013 Professional Plus, something like this, then there is no need to download these. It should be there.
Should be there. Yeah. Yes. So can you, after having listened to Mr. Khurram, can you confirm if you have Power Pivot available? Say yes or no. I mean, this question is only to those who are running 2013
Professional Plus,
2016 Professional, and 2010 Professional again. Excellent. Then few were saying no. There's few were saying trying to search. Mostly saying yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Keep replying. Can't find Power Pivot add in Microsoft Excel 13.
And kindly check the version of Excel. If it is not there,
once again, it's going to take you 5 minutes only. Can you first of all tell all the participants how to check which version of Excel they're running? Okay, so everyone please look at the trainer and he's going to tell you how to check which version of Excel they are running right now.
okay, in order to check that which version of Excel you are running on your machine, so it's very simple. Click the File button. Then you will have somewhere at the bottom the second last option, that's Account. Once you click that, here you will find the product information. Right, so this is the Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2016. So this is where you can find your version of MS Office, right? This is where it is. So if you have something like Professional Plus indicating with the tag, there is no plus that I'm afraid that you need to upgrade yours, and then you need to.
For those who are, let's suppose, I mean, this happened to me yesterday, and I can confirm, yes, I bought Microsoft Excel from Microsoft website yesterday only, but I did not buy the professional edition. I bought the education version of Microsoft Excel, and even my computer does not have the Power Pivot function available. Yeah,
it is not compatible.
It's not compatible, and for this particular version, even the add-in or the patch is also not available on Microsoft's website. Okay. So I have to either live with it.
Yes,
yeah, exactly. I also have Office 365. I have to live with it, or otherwise upgrade, spend another couple of $100 and upgrade to Professional Plus. Right? And only that's how this will be available. But for now, I think quite a few individuals have said that they have the right patch available now, and I think we can now continue with the session. Yes.
Okay, fine.
However, those who don't have Power Pivot available, they will still probably have Power Query and Power Maps available, right? So at least that part of the session you'll be able to comfortably be with us throughout.
If they have 2016 with that.
But even the 2013 in the add-ins there is Power Map and Power Query available.
Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, let's go back. So I need to repeat once again that how we enable the add-ins.
And after that, if you can tell them where the handouts are. We emailed the handouts to them yesterday.
Okay, fine. Okay, I think I need to say start from the very, very basics. So, okay, I will let you know where the handouts are, where the exercises are. But I think the way we have started, I think we need to start from the very basic and strategic thing. So for the time being, there is no need to look into this exercise. We will start, we will build the data model, we will build everything right over here, right? Okay, fine. Let's do their thing that how we should enable the add-ins. First of all, the file button, then you need to go to the options, select options, then you have the Excel options, and in the Excel options panel you will add-ins. From the add-ins, then you have the manage Excel add-ins. From here you will select COM add-ins. Once you select COM add-ins, then go. After go, you will find these 3 add-ins, which is the part of this version. You need to click all of these. Once it is clicked, then click OK, and you should see the Power Pivot right over here. You will see the Power View and Maps right in the Insert tab, right? If these are activated, you will find all of these right over here. I hope all of you have, or rather most of you have activated these add-ins, right? I think it is done. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. What we need to do is we need to first of all understand that what are actually the requirement of using these add-ins. Okay, you should be familiar with Excel framework. Some of the functions you should know. You know what is the range and stuff like this. But one thing that you should know, and that is you should know what is the Power Pivot and how you will use the Power Pivot. Because the reports that we will be building through Power Pivot, these are based on the concept of the pivot table. If you understand what is the slicer, if you know what is the pivot field list, you should know what is calculated columns, etc., etc. If you know all of these, familiarized with this, then you are good to go. But if you are not, then you need to revisit what Power Pivot is and how we should be using it, because we will be using these concepts in building, developing, constructing reports using Power Pivot, right? Okay, fine. Okay, the basic idea about these Power Pivot or these add-ins concepts are that we have, assuming that we have lots and lots of data that we have on our machine or it is elsewhere, we need to connect them and we need to use the data in Excel so that we can produce backup reports. But first of all, what we need to do is we need to understand that what your data should be like. If you look at, okay, let me first of all tell you that Mr. Harun has emailed you yesterday one of the ACCA webinar, the folder, which is actually the workbooks that we have. Okay, if you look at these things, you will find, for example, the PPT Excel. So you have the data like this. If you look, PP, Power Pivot, Excel, we have tables. We have a fact table, we have the city table, we have the prop. We need to have data like this. But let me start with a very simple concept that we find out raw data, I guess. Okay. So let's begin with raw data Power Pivot. Raw data PWPT is the file that we will be using. Rather, we will be building this from the scratch. Okay. In order to use the Power Pivot, what you need to done? What need to be done? Okay, you have multiple data sources. Just assuming that we have one like this, one like this. We have almost 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 different sources available. So we will integrate all these tables in order to produce various type of results. In normal Excel tables, you will find the data like this. And you will see that you have the date column, you have the year column, you have the region, location, etc., etc. But in the location column, you will find C1, C2, C3, and so on and so forth. These represent something. These represent the locations. In this particular example, locations are the city names. These are the city code and these are the city code. C1 is Quetta, C2, Sibri, C3, so on and so forth. Similarly, you have, if you look at the region, R1, R2, R3, these are the codes associated with these regions. Regions mean R1, R, so on and so forth. If this is the R1, it means we are looking at BPN. If it's S1, it means we are looking at Junaid Khan. And if it is B1, we have, this is the product, and we have, for example, the laptop. We need to organize our data in such a manner. We need to distribute our data into different tables, into different sheets, so that later they can be integrated for the construction of the reports. Okay, fine. Let me show you some of the things first, and in order to move further, it's not over here, but okay. I'm showing you something. First, we have, okay, this is in Google. These are the training files. This is webinar feature and sort of filter and something like this. Okay. Okay, fine. Look at this. Look at this particular salesperson. Okay, so it is not with your ACCA webinar, but this is the original report from where I have developed this exercises from. If you look at this, we have the date column, we have the location column, salesperson, product, etc., etc. So what actually I did is I divided this table into 5 different tables. For example, I will have a date table separately. I have a location table separately. I have a salesperson separately. I have the product separately, and this is the transactions that actually happened. If you look at this particular, we have the date, the 1st of January, in the city of Gujarat. Mr. Kamran Khan has sold 5 printers at the cost of, at the price of this much. This much discount is given, and this is the total sale of this. Similarly, what needs to be done? First of all, you need to say divide this data set into various sheets or tables, so that later these can be inducted and integrated to produce a report either like this or the summary reports that we will be producing through the Power Pivot. Okay. first start from this particular sheet so that you guys, okay. We have the power pivot model. Let me see. Okay, so look at this. Right now, I'm not using power pivot or any add-ins, but this is something that we should have to understand that the power of the power pivot and the power of these add-ins. Assuming we have the data like this, look at this. This is the data I've distributed, I've divided by table in the form of like this. This is the date column. This is the city column, and these are the codes that I've devised, I've developed in order to represent the cities. C1, Lahore, C2, Karachi, and so on and so forth. And similarly, the product, we have the P1 for monitor, P2 for LCD, and the price associated of this particular product is this. Similarly, we have the date like this. We will be, as I told you, that we need to divide the column for each of the columns, and later there can be integrated. Okay, one of the beauty of this power pivot model is that it eliminated the use of VLOOKUP function. Right? Our objective is that if you don't want to use the VLOOKUP function but still be able to get the decent sort of reports, we can do that. Just revisit that how this function is to be used, and later we will be using the power pivot to produce the same effect of VLOOKUP without using the VLOOKUP. Okay. That is the initial data, the actual data that we will be having. We will be replacing the description of the cities right over here. We will be replacing the product description against the P1 using the VLOOKUP function, right? Okay. If you look at that part of the sheet, this is the reproduction of what I have shown you earlier, something like this. So this is date, this is location, this is salesperson, this is something like this, and we have something like this. So we will be reproducing the same thing using the VLOOKUP function from this data points that we have. Okay. First of all, let's see that how we should be using the VLOOKUP function. The idea is that C2, if you look at here, the C2 represent what? Lahore. I need to look into this particular table, the description of C2, and then the code, the description of C2 whatever will be shown right over here, and then later we will be deleting this column in order to have the report like this one. Okay, let's see how we should go about it. Okay, you should know what is VLOOKUP function. I'm using the VLOOKUP function here is equal to VLOOKUP function, right? I need this to be found right from this particular table. I need to fix it, comma. I need from the second column and then press 0 that I want to have a exact match. And I click enter and you will see that C2 should represent Karachi. And if you go down, go double click, copy that, and you will find, you will have the description of each course right in the column beside it. And similarly, what we need to do is we need to apply the same VLOOKUP function. Right over here is equal to VLOOKUP this value, right from here, right, click that, then to, then comma 0, fix that, and then you will see that we have the value like this. And if you either hide it, let me hide it, and hide it, okay. Now we have something that is more understandable. Now, if you look at here, these and these two are identical stuff. The only difference is between the description of the cities and the description of the product, right? So that's sort of the thing that we will be doing using the Power Pivot. What will happen? That it will take these values in the report from the data, then this will be replaced with the description like this. Right? Okay. To develop a data model. Understanding of a data model is very important. You need to understand that what data model is, how the various components of that data model is to be related with each other, and how these are to be utilized. So if we look at this particular column, it's this particular data set, you will be seeing that we have location, we have somehow maybe 8 to 10 location in this column, maybe 12, right? We have salespersons, we have product. In the terminology of Power Pivot, these types are known as dimensions. Location is one dimension, salesperson is another dimension, and the product is another dimension. Okay, we need to say divide or to develop the tables, one each for location, one each for salesperson, and one each for the product. And then we need to integrate these with the actual data that we will be receiving after the actual sales. And then we will incorporate all this stuff, then we will be able to produce the reports, right? Okay. Let me start with a blank sheet. A data model. I would like to hide all of them. No, it's a brand new file, right? It's a brand new file.
I'm going to upload some of the files as handouts.
Actually, I've taken this particular file. It is also the filter file, but it is not there. I'm just giving you the the essence of this thing that we need to produce. So I'm developing a data model to produce this sort of a report, right? Right from the beginning. Okay. This is the blank.
You're using raw data.
So we will be developing a complete data model right over here from the scratch. The earlier I was telling that need to be done in order to produce a report like this, the one you have seen in the filter, right? And after that we will be developing, we will be doing some sort of analysis on that data as well, right? Okay. Whatever data schema that you have, look at this. First of all, that I'm building for the data model based on the I have shown you like okay. I think my voice is audible. Okay, it seems okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Sorry for the lost connection. We have reestablished the connection. Okay, fine. Okay, I was developing the schema for the Power Pivot model that will be using our add-ins. First of all, we have the date. Then we have, for example, the location. Then in that location, someone, the sales rep, for example, sales rep have sold something. What is that? That is the product. And you have sold some sort of quantity of that product. This is the schema for the first table or the first report that will be produced, that should be produced at the time of the transaction. Okay, after that, there is another table which is the name, say, location. In that location, we have two tables. One is the location code, and then we have the location, actual location, maybe we term it as a city. Then we have another table that is for sales rep. We have the sales representative code. Then we have the sales rep name or some other attributes that we should be having. Sales rep name. Then we have another name, another table which is the product table. We have the product code. We have the product code, we have then the product description, let it be PRD, DES, and we might have some other attributes of product that might be a price or that might be a cushion of discount that we might be giving to our clients. So these are some of the table that you should have in your transaction table. If you look at this, we need to repopulate, or we need to populate this. For example, we have, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, as many 4, 5, maybe 6. So these are the codes for the city, and this should represent, one should represent maybe the city of Lahore, maybe other one should be represent the Karachi, someone is, for example, Islamabad. Then we have maybe Multan. Then we might have Sequoia. Then we might have the Peshawar. So this means that code 1, the location code 1 should represent Lahore. Location code 2, that should represent Karachi, right? And in the location column, we will have either one of 6 values that will represent Lahore, that we have just seen that how we can incorporate in the VLOOKUP function in order to populate these values. Similarly, we may have different codes, but we can still use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay. Let it be the sales representation Ali, the second one is Harun, the third one is Rizwan, the fourth one is myself. Then we have some other good people around. We have the Bilal, Ahmed Bilal, and then we have Afzal. So these are the 6 sales representatives, and their code is the same as these are. We can change these codes, but these can be used. Okay, similarly we have the product code, we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, and we have 5. Again we have 6. Let it be 6 each. Then the description of, maybe we have used the printer, we have used the LCD, we can use say laptop. Then we have some other, we have LCDs, we have what you call the tablets, we have the projectors, and we might have the scanners. So similarly, these codes represent these printer, and we have, say, the price of the printer, say we have 5,000, and the cushion that we can give is, say, 5%. Laptop, say, for 7%, we can give some sort of a cushion, discount cushion to, say, 0.03%, 0%, 10%, or say 0.2%. So these are the attributes. This table have 3 attributes, 4 attributes, 1, 2, 3, 4. One is known as the column that represent the record of this particular column. This is known as the primary key for this column. We will be using these keys. We will be using these keys to interlink all these columns. Now, right over here, we will be having, say, for example, in the month of January, say it is 2010, someone in the city of, say, Lahore, I'm just writing 1 represent Lahore in that case. Then we have the sales representative. Again, I'm writing, for example, 2 2 represent Harun in that case, and then I have 3. 3 represent LCD. It means that in 1st January 2010, Harun sold LCD in the city of Lahore, and the quantity is 5. So this is the transaction that we have made. So what actually we will be doing, we will be replacing these codes that should that represent the respective description. Location is this one, sales representation is this one, sales rep is this one, and these are this one. And we do have some other attributes of this. Let me doing this as this is 15,000. Then we have say 12,000. We have say 5,000. We have 25,000, and we have say maybe 3,000. Okay. Let me populate this, and later I will be using this. What can be done in order to populate these? I'm using some of the knowledge of Excel in order to populate these values. For example, it is a dummy data, right? Just to make you guys understand that how the data model should be built and how these should be utilized. So I want to extend this. What you need to do is, let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, the date is, just click that point, and you need to drag by clicking the right mouse button. Once you do that, just click that, just go as long as you could. Say maybe go to say 2014 somewhere. Okay, that should be enough. And then release your button. Once you release your button, that the menu pop in, and you will find some interesting options over here. And what you need to do, we need to fill this range with the weekdays. Weekdays means that there are no business in Saturday on Sunday, but we do have a business in weekdays, right from Monday to Friday. So if you click option, the all dates will be filled in. That is not Sunday and not Saturday, but these are all Monday through.
So all the working days.
Yes, all the working days, inclusive of all the holidays as well. So we still have the option to include or exclude the holidays as well. But for the sake of understanding, let it be. Okay, fine. Then instead of using these actual values, I'm using one very interesting and simple function which is known as the RAND between function. I'm populating a dummy data. So in majority of my webinars and sessions, I'm using this function. RAND between function. RAND between function is a function that generate any random number in between the number I've specified. For example, 1 to 6. Since I have 6 locations, so I want at least one of these numbers, and it should be random. So if I click that, it has produced 6. Similarly, if I repeat this process for all these 3, this is 1 to 6, this is 1 to 6, right? And similarly, I want to repeat this for RAND between. Now maybe right from 1, say to I can only provide maximum of 50. That is my limit. So I want to have numbers in between 1 to 5.
It's an interesting question by a participant saying, is there a way to populate we can set weekends as Friday and Saturday? And that's right, because in Bangladesh And in the Middle East, weekend is Friday and Saturday, not Saturday, Sunday.
Yes, we can. But we will be having these sort of question not here, but somewhere in other webinars. Rather, if one of my videos, one of my webinars that I conducted here, I think I have answered that question in that. Yes, I did. So you may find.
That's possible in invitation.
Yes, you will find. Okay, just click those, and click those. So that is. Okay, now we have something that is actually required. But since one last thing that we need to do, and this is, these are the functions. These are not the actual values. So what we need to do is we need to select all of these. We need to copy these, and we need to paste them as values. So now we don't have any functions. We have the required data set that we will be needing. We have the data over here, we have the location over here, we have the sales here, we have the product here, we have the quantity here, right? So now everything is set up, right? So we will be using this particular thing in building the data model. We will be integrating all of this stuff, all of these tables in our Power Pivot for producing interesting reports. Okay, first of all, what should be done now? First of all, we need to format these as tables. Okay, click that. So the first table is this one. So we will be, you know how to do this. First of all, select any of the cell, then in the Home tab, go to the Style, and then you have the Format as Tables. Now click that, click this one, and now this whole will be selected. My table has header, yes, it has, and then OK. And then from here, in the Design tab, name it as the transaction table or T transaction table. Transaction table. Similarly, use this, select this, format as table, and OK, and name it as the location table. Location table. Then we have this part. Format this table, click that, OK, and we have this table named as the sales rep table. Sales rep table. Then we have, this is the whole stuff, and what we will be doing now, we will be formatting it as tables and naming it as the product table. Product table. Okay. Now all is set. This is our required data set. Maybe these are in different tables. Okay.
After that.
Okay.
Question answer.
Okay. Once we have done this, we have the tables with us. These tables either can be one sheet. These tables either can be various sheets, or maybe we have in other workbooks as well, right? So let's start from here.
If you've done the question, if you've done the data set, can we take
Okay, fine, go ahead.
All right, there are at least 4 or 5 people who are saying that they did not understand the rank between functions. Can you repeat the rank between functions? And that's something saying, please slow down.
Okay, fine. Okay, I need to get into the back here as well. I need to be very, say, fine, okay, Vash. Okay, first of all, let me be very, very clear. The RAND between function that I've been using, it is not required here, first of all, right? I'm using it only to help myself to populate the data, right? That is the purpose of RAND between function. Okay, let me be very, very clear about this thing. RAND between function is not actually I require in order to do all this. I'm only using it, helping myself to populate the data that I need. So I just said that I need to, say, provide certain codes to some of the attributes. So for example, I have a column, I have the table, location table. And in the location table, I have a column named city, and these are the description of the city that I have in my table, right? And I want to allocate one code to each of the cities so that that code should represent, uniquely represent the description of the city. So it is just as that if you are studying in a university and your roll number identified your existence as a student in the university, right? So that is actually the case behind it. Code 1 represent this one, code 1, that code represent this sales rep and so on and so forth. So what actually I am doing is I want to populate these values, which is 1 to 6, that should represent one of these cities. And how I am using it, let me use this right over here just to clarify that is equal to RAND between function. RAND between function, this function only generates a random number in between two numbers that I'm specifying in that function. For example, 1 to 6. If I'm using these two values 1 to 6, it always generates a random number in between 1 to 6.
When you say in between, this means both inclusive?
Both inclusive. That is why if you look at here, we are having 1 and 6. If you look at here, we have 1 over here, we have 6 over here, so both are inclusive.
And they are both whole numbers and not no decimal values.
No decimal values. Whole numbers in between, right? Okay, in order to make it sure that you will be having the whole number, if it still gives you any decimal number, you can always use the round function in order to produce that effect as well. But that is actually, I'm using it, and I'm using in almost every second a session in order to populate something like this. I hope that answers your question, but RAND between function, on the other hand, it may be used for certain statistical or research activities where you will be using the sampling of the data. Okay, fine. So we have the data like this.
Questions?
Okay.
One more question. There's one more question saying when you drag down for fill dates, which keys do you hold?
The right key.
Okay, can you, the right mouse button?
Okay, the right one. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, let me do it once again. Just type any date that we have been having. Okay, look at this. We have 01, 01, and say 20, 17 of this one, of this year. Now, if you want to drag this, if you want to populate this column with the dates, if you look at this in this particular cell, the lower right corner, you have a dot square, right small square over here. Put your mouse pointer at that point. you see that there's a big plus, and if you put your mouse pointer at this point, your big plus will become a small plus. When it happens, at that very moment, click the right mouse button, and drag it down. When you drag it to say few values and release the right mouse button. Once you do that, you will be looking at this. So these are some of the values. If you look at the weekdays, fill weekdays. If you click that, you will see that you will be having all the dates right from the first day of this year till whatever, the 21st of June, right? And if you want to further make it sure that these values, just to say, for example, long date, and you will find all those values which are the first day is actually the Sunday of this year, and the rest of the values, they don't have any Saturdays or Sundays. The starting day of this year is Sunday actually. So that is why this Sunday is here. But in all the remaining part, you don't find anything such as Sunday and Sunday. That is how we can populate these values. I hope that answers the question. Okay. Okay, just delete that. I don't want to use it. Okay, first. Now, once we have things like this, now I hope you have activated the Power Pivot add-ins. If you do, then click the Insert button. Then you have the Pivot table. I repeat. Now, what I'm doing now, I'm taking all these tables to my data model. I'm now developing a data model. These are the data that I need to be there somewhere, which is known as the data model. And that is required for all the things that I needed to build reports based on pivot table, right? So in order to do this, we can have 2-3 different ways. I will show you a little later. But from right over here, what you can do is you can insert pivot table and don't select any of these, but you have add this data to the data model. Select any of the cell in the first table, then click the insert button in the tab, insert tab, then pivot table. Once you do that, you should see that thing, the create pivot table dialog box. The last option is add this data to the data model. Now select that, click OK, that is added to the data model, right? Similarly, repeat this for the second one. Repeat this for second one. Insert pivot table and then add this to the data model, right? We should have the location and the stuff like this. And if you click all, you should find everything right over here. You should have done once, everything will be right over here. We have the location table, we have the product table, we have the sales rep table, and we have the transaction table. Okay, earlier in 2007 or even 2010, we have a data model known as the Excel data model, right? And later, after the introduction of pivot table data model, we need to build the data data model for pivot table. But in 2013 and later versions, this provides, MS Office provides the capability, a very limited capability for developing a data model that can be used to integrate various data models to produce some sort of reports. So, in pivot tables, in normal pivot tables, in this particular area, the pivot table fields, we used to find or used to see only one table right over here. But here we have how many tables? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 different tables. We have 4 different tables. And we will be integrating the contents of these tables in our pivot table. Right? But someone asked, maybe asked that if 2013 Excel data model does provide some of the functionality of the Power Pivot, then why we should use the Power Pivot? Okay, the answer is very simple. When you go through the actual Power Pivot table, you find the complete functionality, which is far, far superior as compared to this data model, right? We have endless scenarios where we can use Power Pivot with the DAX function. This data model will not be able to use the DAX function in order to produce some different reports. But anyhow, let's see that how a report can be built based on this Excel data model. Okay. In order to use this data models, so look at here. I'm using the transaction table first for the time being, right? I'm needing a date. Okay, I'm needing a date. I'm putting a date over here. I'm needing a date over here. This is the date. I'm needing a location. Okay. Rather, I need it over here. I needed the sales representative right over here. I needed the product afterwards, right? Then I need the quantity afterwards, right? This is the report, but this is the report I need to, we need to simplify. We need to change the layout of this. In order to do this, what needs to be done? You need to click the Design tab. Then the layout group, you will find the report layout. You should see the tabular form, show in tabular form. Then you need to turn off the do not show subtotals. And this is something which is almost similar to this particular data set. You have the data, you have the location, you have the salesperson, product and quantity, you have the same thing. There is no change whatsoever. But okay, actually what we did so far, we have just reproduced this data set in the pivot table. Right? We have just produced the data set of this table in the pivot table, right? Okay. Now something
basic questions like how many rows and columns to select in order to make the pivot table.
Okay. The 4 GB of data can be stored, can be manipulated in this particular data model. The 4 GB of data model. It is far, far, far better as compared to the Excel data sheet itself. So it can hold, okay, the basic, okay, later I will differentiate the Excel data model and the Power Pivot data model. Say why should be using the Power Pivot models, right? There are a lot of things that we need to be know. Okay, now the question is, I want to represent values in the location column, in the sales, in the product. I want to say the number, say 4. The 4 number should represent the Multan, right? 5 should represent the Quetta, right? Over here. So we need to do this unless we will be doing one thing. And then, for example, I'm uninstalling location, I'm putting location back, but from the location table, I'm using the city right over here. And here you will see we need to go through all of these stuff. Report
Design, report layout. And how do you remove subtotals?
Design. Then you have the layout group in front of you. You have the subtotals, do not show subtotals, right? And we need to have the showing tabular form, and then repeat all items labels, right? So you see, we have just replaced something with these data models. And similarly, we can also use from here, we can use the product. We can use the product description. First of all, we need to say put it back. We need to say product description right after somewhere here. Okay. We need to replace this before. Okay, they have changed the location. Okay, something like this. Okay, fine. I think we should have a break.
Yes, yes, but tell them, that they should sit down. They should not have a break. We should have a break. Tell them to repeat this in the break. Because there were quite a few questions. They could repeat all this in the break.
Okay. Okay, fine. We will be having a 10 to 15 minutes break, not more than that. We are having a break. You are not having a break, right? You could repeat this, whatever we have done here. If you have any question right after the break, we will try to answer those. But after that, I will be using the same concept in building the data model with the help of Power Pivot, and then we will see that how this works properly, right? So it's a small break. See you after 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes and we have questions.
Okay, right after the break. Okay, see you after 10 minutes. 10 to 15.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we are now restarting our session, but Khorram and I took this break because we wanted to discuss the pace of the program right now, and the pace with which we are proceeding. Just a few steps that we're going to take to make sure that we keep all of you along, yet we don't keep going through and fro, explaining everything again and again. We will not be able to, deliver all the objectives of the session if we continue doing that. So what we have decided to do is that the trainer is going to proceed at a slightly slower pace. He's going to slow down. We will not repeat the concepts that he has explained once. We will not repeat them, so you have to listen very actively and carefully. However, he will slow down and he will give you a few seconds every now and then to look at your worksheets, to keep pace with the trainer, to keep up with the trainer. Okay? So once again, I'll repeat, we will not be repeating the concepts again and again. Right? We will explain to them once at a very slow pace, a few seconds after that for you people to keep up with us, and then we will continue. Secondly, your questions. I know it's very interactive when you send so many questions, and in fact, two people sitting here, me and Rizwan, and you should be able to see Rizwan, by the way, so he's sitting on my right. So we are only answering your questions in the moment. But yet, since there are so many individuals asking so many questions, we have to really be alert in answering your questions as well. So do send us your questions, but we'd appreciate if you only ask questions during the question and answer breaks. I repeat, during the question and answer breaks. I think that will help us. Anything else, Khorram? Is that enough?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I need to take a fresh start. Right.
Fresh start again.
Not a fresh start, but the things is already there.
Right. So I hope you've used these 15 minutes. You've taken almost a 15 minutes break. I hope you've used these 15 minutes for revising the concepts that we told so far. Please remember, I repeat, please remember, we have already conducted 3 levels of Excel previously. Excel level 1, Excel level 2, Excel level 3. This one, Excel BI, is the highest level. It has to be level 4. The type of questions that are being put up are either level 2 or level 1. Right? They're not even level 3. Right? So we will have to build up the pace and scale of the session. Right? For example, when you ask us to do basic things on pivot tables, right? This is something that was explained, a few sessions back in level 2. In level 2, right? So we will have to. This was level number 4, so we have to keep our pace. However, my promise to all of you is that we just discussed that there still needs to be, even though the recordings are available, but we need to conduct more live sessions on Excel level 1, 2, and 3 again. So I think in a month's time, they will be happening again. And Khorram and I have also discussed that we have seen quite a few new features in Excel 2016, which are very, very useful. Right? So maybe we will run a few sessions only on the latest version of Microsoft Excel. So what's new? That kind of a session for you as well, purely from the perspective of accounting and finance users. Purely from the perspective of accounting and finance users. So handing it back to Khorram once again. Hopefully this time you will be able to build some pace. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Harun, once again. Okay, we need to once again take a fresh start. Okay, although we have done some of the basics of the thing using the Excel data model, but right now what I will be doing, I'll try to build the conceptual framework of what the data model should be in the Excel framework. Now what I will be doing now, I will be doing the same stuff once again, but not the data that we will be populating, but using the sheet that we have already emailed to you. If you look at the PPT Excel, this is the file that now I will be using, PPT EXCL. This is the file that I am using now, so that I will be using the Power Pivot, right, so that we can build the data model based on this, right? And we will be doing the same steps once again, right, that how the Power Pivot can be used, right, how the different features of pivot table can be incorporated on building various type of reports. I request all of you that I mentioned earlier that in order to use the Power Pivot reporting mechanism features capability, you need to understand pivot tables, how these pivot tables can be done, how pivot table reports can be generated. So we have discussed that part in level 2 and to some extent in level 3. All the things that are required, that are needed to use Power Pivot. I request you, all of you, to go back and just revisit the thing. It will be difficult for us to maintain the pace if we were asked a question like this, that how we do that, how we do this, right? Sorry for that, but let's start. I'm closing each and everything, right? And I'm just opening one file, and that is the PPT Excel. And apart from it, I'm closing everything.
So the handouts have once again been emailed to all participants. Okay. So they don't need to worry. I mean, just tell them which one to open up.
Okay.
And they should be able to use that.
Okay, let me close everything now. Fine. Now you have this ACCA BI webinar, say, folder with you. It should, right? I am using PPT Excel, EXCL, right? I'm opening this file, right? And you will find in this particular workbook, there are, let me delete this one. Okay, you should find 4 tables, 4 worksheets, one with the name fact, one with the name city TB, city TB stands for city table, one with the product TB, the product table, and one with the date table. These are the 4 tables that I am using now to be used with Power Pivot. Okay, one of the questions that someone asked, that can we build a Power Pivot data model in the separate sheet, or we can also build in the same sheet, right? So I am developing a data model using Power Pivot in a separate sheet, right? In a separate sheet. So I am closing it down. I will be using PPT Excel, but in a new sheet. So let's open a brand new sheet. Okay, so this is the brand new sheet. This is book 1. So what I will be doing now, I will be inducting all these tables, in new workbook. So first of all, make sure your Power Pivot add-ins is activated, and you should find Power Pivot tab in the data ribbons, right? In the ribbons. Once you have that, click the Power Pivot. Okay, you have the Power Pivot with you. You have different groups. One is known as the Manage, other is known as the Myers, KPIs, add to data model, update all, detect, setting, etc. Now, right now, we will be using Manage. Manage what? Manage data model, right? Remember, all my Excel workbooks are closed. Data resides somewhere else. This is the brand new workbook, and I am taking that data from other workbooks into this sheet using Power Pivot. Activate Power Pivot. You have in the ribbon Manage button, click the Manage button. Once you click the Manage button, it will take a bit longer depending on the speed of your speed and the RAM of your machine. Once you click that, you will find a new interface, and in which you will find Home, Design, and the third one is Advanced tabs. In the Home tab, you will find the group known as the Get External Data. From here, we can get either the connection or the data from various workbooks. We can have the data from these databases. We can have the data from these sources. We can have the data from variety of other data sources. But since we are getting data from Excel workbooks, so what we need to do, we need to click from other sources. If you click from other sources, you will get a table import visit, and somewhere down the bottom, you will find, or you should find, Excel file. Click the Excel file and then click Next. Once you click Next, you will find something like this. Now, what we need to do, we need to select the path that where we have particular work. But before that, make sure use first row as column header should be selected. Once it is selected, so it ensures that the first row of each sheet will be used as the headers for the table. Now, after that, click the Browse button and search out where your file is. It should be in ACCA API webinar, and the file is PPT text, right? Once you have selected the file, it should appear right over here. And then click the test connections, and that's verified with the help of which we can check whether the connection is established between Power Pivot data model and the Excel sheet. Click that, and it said the test connection succeeded. Click OK. Now click the Next button. Once you click the Next button, you should see the worksheets that are present in that workbook. We have the city table, we have the date table, we have the fact, and we have the product table, as we have seen earlier. Now click the source table button in order to select each and every worksheet in that workbook, and then click preview and filter in order to see whether the things are getting okay, fine. This is the first, click OK, right, and then click finish. Once it is finished, you should see something like this. Success means that these are incorporated, everything is incorporated in our data model. And now click close. Once you close, you should, now we have the data model right in front of us. In this, we will have the city table, we have the date table, we have the fact table, we have the product table. Okay, we have the fact table. Okay, in the fact table, some of the data is missing. Some of the data is missing. So something need to be done, but right now we don't think we'll do that thing a bit later, right? We can clean that data, but something has gone wrong, but there is no need to worry about this thing. It can be sorted out a bit later. And then we have the product table. So we have this, we have that, we have this thing, and we have that thing, right? Okay, so 4 tables are incorporated in data model. The second thing that we need to be done right over here in order to produce a very understandable report, we need to connect all of these tables. We should know one thing, a concept which is known as the relationship. In my first half, I used the VLOOKUP function in order to replace the codes with the values. Right? So we will be using a concept of relationship. This will help us in identifying the descriptions of codes, and that we can use these codes, right? We can use these codes to represent the values present in these columns. In order to establish a relationship, we need to click the Design tab. After clicking the Design tab, the ribbon changes, and you will see a group named as the relationships. So there are 2 things here. One is the create relationship, and other is the managed relationship. Managed relationship means that we have already created a relationship and we want to say modify it or something to do with the existing relationship. So we'll do it, use it a bit later, but first of all we need to create a relationship. Once you click that thing, we need to see that how 2 different tables are connected, how these 2 things are related. But for the time being, I'm cancelling that and I want to show you something. Go to the fact table. Although some data is missing, as I told you, we will be looking after that part a bit later, that how we can delete that part. But right over here, that's what I want to highlight, something. If you look at here, we have C5, we have C5, C5. The values in this columns are repeating. Right? We have C5, maybe later we have something C4. So the values of C5, C6, C1, C2 all are repeating. So is the case with the product table. Now in this table, these codes are repeating many a times. Here in this column, many a times. But look at in city tables, the existing of codes are only once. So we have only once instance of the city code. Similarly, in the product, we have one instance of the code. But in the fact table, we have these codes repeated many a times. So we have many instances of these codes in the fact table, and we have one instance of code in these two tables, the city table and the product table. Means that we need to create a relationship, although there are three types of relationship. We have one-to-one relationship, we have many-to-one relationship, and we have many-to-many relationship. So what we need to do is we need to develop a relationship of many-to-one. As we have in the fact table many instances of the data of the codes of one table, either the city table or the product table. So these should be related. This fact table is to be related with the city table and the product table with these two codes, right? I am building a relationship once again. So we have the fact table right over here, right? And in this particular table, we have city, date, product. These are the fields. In the second table, we have the three tables. If I want to establish a relationship between the fact table and the product table, I need to select the product table right from here. So the table 1 is the fact table that contains many instances of the code of product. So in the second table, which is the product table, I need to select the product code. So this is the product code, and in that column, in the fact table, I have a header known as the product, and that column contains the codes. It means that I can create a relationship between two tables through column values. The column headers can be taken as the keys. There are two keys which are common in database terminology. One is known as the primary key and other is known as the foreign key. In the first column, that contains the only one instance of the code. In that table, that will be considered as the primary key. And where you have the instances, many instances of the same code, it is known as the foreign key. The same code represented in both the tables. In the one table, we have only one instance of the product code. And in the second table, we have many instances of the product codes, right? In that table, where we have one instance, that key is known as the primary key, and we find the same value right over here, and that will be considered as the foreign key. So the two tables are connected through tables, headers, right? So
there can be no duplication in primary key, but there can be duplicates.
Okay, yes, that's what I am about to say. Okay, there are a few things that need to be understood. The first one, as far as the primary key are concerned, primary key has two basic characteristics. Number one, in a table, when one column, okay, let me go to any of the column. Okay, this is considered as the primary key. We are taking this column as the primary key. So city code is the primary key. The first characteristics of the primary key is that the primary key uniquely identifies a record in a table. In the city code, this column, this header is taken as the primary key. So it means that one value, one code is uniquely identify one record. And you know what is the record? Record always fall in rows, describe in rows. Similarly, go to the product table and you will see this is the primary key, and P1 uniquely describe one record, and in this particular table we have a record of P1 that is laptop, price is this much and discount rate is this much. So this is the first thing. The primary key uniquely identify one record, number one, and number two, a very, very important characteristics and attribute of a primary key, that in one table, if one key is taken as a primary key, the contents of the cells, the contents of the column cannot be duplicated. We cannot have P2 once again. In this particular column, all the values should be unique. We have P1 to P6, but we cannot have any repetition, duplication, because if we have any other instance of these values, then the first characteristics will be nullified, and that is, it will not be able to uniquely identify a record. So that is the reason the primary key should have a unique value in a particular column, and that will uniquely identify the existing of the record in a particular column. So this primary key will be used as to develop a relationship between two tables. Now in this particular table, we have this key which is known as the primary key, and there is only one instance of this code. And in this fact table, we have many instances. We have many instances of the code. So we have many here, many instances, and one instance is here. So it means the relationship should be many to one. Many is the fact table, one is the city table or the product table. So let the click the create relationship table once again. We have that fact table here, and we will be developing a relationship with this city. This is the city, this contains C5. Again C5, so there are many. So this should be many. In the second table, we have the city table, and we have the city and the city code. These are the only two values we have right now in the city code. In this column, we have C1, C2, and so on and so forth. And here we have in the city code column level, we have these sort of values. And remember, in this column, we have only one instance of C5. So this is many, this is one, the relationship is many to one, and this is the diagrammatical representation. This represents many, this represents one. So this is many to one. And this is where VLOOKUP, the use of VLOOKUP is eliminated. Whenever we have C5, we can always take the value, relate this with that, and we can take this value, which is the description of the city, and we can use this representation in our code. So let's create it. Click OK. Now we have established one relationship. Similarly, we can have another relationship. Again, the fact, and this, in the next case, we have the product, and then we have the product table. And similarly, we have product and we have product code. Product code is one, and we have the product, and there's many, and this is one, many to one, and then click OK. And similarly, we have another table, which is the date table. The date table is very useful. In the pivot table, we should have an extra table, which is known as the date table. In the date table, we should have all the dates available in a calendar year. Just from the starting point of the operation of the business till some date in the future. It must contain the Sundays and the Saturdays as well, right? Because in some cities, some areas, some countries where Sunday is not off, we have instead Fridays off, right? So if we want to incorporate those days, we need to have the separate table, which is the date table. And again, we need to set up the relationship with dates with the date table, and we have the date. And again, in the date table, the date occurs only once. But in the fact table, on the given date, there may be many transactions. So in this table, we might have various transactions on the same date. So that is why we should have a separate table in our data model to represent various dates and manipulation, and for the manipulation of very date operations. Now if you click OK, we have set up everything, and if we click that thing, we can have a visual representation of the same thing. This is all are related. This is the star schema, normally we call it. The main table falls somewhere, and this is how it goes. We have the city table, we have the product table, we have the date table, right? And this is how these are related. If you click those, you will see that this is related with home, which of the, if you click that, you'll see that this table is connected with product code and the product. Similarly, if you click those, you will find in the date table, that this table is connected with the date field, and here you will see the city code is with the city, right? So this is the relationship, right? We can also establish the relationship with in this particular mode as well. Only what we need to do, okay, for example, I need to do this, what I drag it to the date and leave the cursor, and we have the relationship set up. So in either way, in that view or in the normal view, you can establish a relationship. So relationship is very, very important, is the core focus, is the core point of building data model, and this is useful in getting the data from various tables. So we have established a relationship. Go back to the normal view. On the lower right corner, in the lower right corner, you will find two buttons. This is the diagram view, and this is the grid. If you click that, and you should see in a minute. Okay. So either from here or in the home tab, and you should find something like this. So we are back to normal. And now, since we the relationship established, what we can do is we can develop a pivot table. Click pivot table, and here you may find different variations of the pivot table and pivot chart as well. So first of all, let's pivot table. Click the pivot table. It asks the same questions. Data model is selected already. There is no need to select any table, anything else as we do in the pivot table. But here we are in the pivot table model. It is already selected, so it will only ask where to build the pivot table using the Power Pivot. Now, new workbook, existing workbook, whatever the case may be existing, and click OK. Once you click OK, you should have the same thing. Right? You should have the same thing. Now, what we will be doing now, we will be developing our first report from the fact table. And we want the date to be placed right over here. So we have the date. Since we have certain blanks, that's why the blanks are representing over here. We will get rid of those a bit later. But these dates can be ungrouped because these are grouped with years. So if I want to say regroup, what I need to do, that's I want to leave everything over there, and we have something like this. So these are the dates. And then from the city table, bring the city after the date. This is in the compact layout. We will be changing this layout a bit later. We have so many different questions on the layout as well. Right? So for the sake of those who have that questions, I'm doing it once again. But for the time being, I'm setting up my report. From the city table, I drag this over here, right? I'm minimizing it. And from the product table, I'm taking the product description right after the city. Right? Once again, we have the location first, then we have what you can call it the product, and after that I want to get the quantity from this table. Right? So the sum of quantity is right over here. So this is the first report that I have constructed, I have designed from getting the values from 3 different tables: city tables, fact tables, and product table. Right? Okay, let me change the layout of this table. How can we proceed? In the pivot table or in the Power Pivot table, whenever this is active, you should find 2 tabs with pivot table tools. One is the analyze and other is the design. We have already discussed that part in our previous webinars, but for the sake of the needed features that we need to have right over here, one is the design. Click the design and then move to the left, and you should find the layout groups. In the layout group, we have many options available. Right? We have the subtotals, we have the grand totals, we have the report layout. Right? First of all, we need to change the layout. This is the compact layout. Compact layout is the one in which all the values will be shown in one column. All those columns that have text values or the date values. And all the numeric values, we have the value part over here, that in the second column, right? Once we have that set up, we will be changing the report layout. Click the report layout button. We have these three different layouts: show in the compact form, show in the outline form. If you click the outline form, okay, something will happen. Okay, fine. That is the case. So this is what data look like if you go to this particular. This is the thing. If you look at this, this is almost the same data, but this is replaced by these codes. C5, C5, this, something like this. And if you look at our pivot table, which is right over here, it is in that particular sheet, which is book 1, right? And we have the report like this, right? So in 1st of January 2012, in Islamabad, someone has sold monitor, and the number of quantity is 13, because it is once again randomly populated. So this is the simple stuff. This is the way that different values from different tables are integrated, right? Okay, fine. Now let's do a little bit of analysis. So what we need to do, we need to say only check something, that how many particular say products are sold at some location. What we need to do is we need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of days as well. So we have something like this. We have the laptop. This is the product description. This is the sum of quantity, right? And we need to do something. We need to build some sort of report. And we need to say click the analyze button and insert a slicer. I hope we have discussed that part in our earlier session as well. So this is the new way of filtering your reports. So click insert, and from here you should see that the various type of all the tables that we have in our model, and we need to have what we need to look the report from the perspective of the city. So we should have the city right over in the slicer. So this is the slicer, right? And we have, these are the cities. If you click one of the city, the report should change. If you click Faisalabad, and you should see that in the city of Faisalabad, we have, say, laptops sold is 142, LCD 201, and so on and so forth. And similarly in Islamabad, we have this report. In Karachi, we have this, so and so forth, right? And if we want to change the report, and we need to have something like this, we need to say product description goes out. We have, say, maybe the cities. Now, not the cities, we have the product itself, the product description. We have built the same report. We have to build the report like this. We have the cities here, and we need to have the product in the slicer. So click the analyze button and insert slicer, and we have in the product column, check out the product description and click OK. And you have now another report. This is laptop. These laptops are sold in these many cities. In Faisalabad we have 42, in Quetta we have 69, and so on and so forth. Right? So this is how we set up a basic Power Pivot model report using the data model, how these are integrated, how these are used, right? So this is the first step.
Few seconds to catch up.
Okay,
Just a few seconds. They can
okay, fine. Fine.
announce them.
That one's correct. That one's correct.
All right, okay. We're just giving a few seconds for all of you to catch up. This is the questions coming in. We're taking a 5 seconds break. Very quickly catch up, so then we start the next topic.
Yes. We need to build on this.
Yeah, good.
Or maybe we have a 5-minute break.
5 seconds. All right. I think I feel allowed nicotine, so let's take a 5 minutes break, and that will be a good. That'll be good as well because you, I mean, quite a few people asking questions, so it'd be good if you can catch up and practice this feature, creating relationships, pivot tables, slicer. Have a little bit of practice in this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are about to restart. Just one advice, and once again, Khurram and I've had a breakout session. We just discussed how to improve this further. I think there is improvement we are now following. I've noticed one thing, and that is that just as someone loses attention or loses track of what the trainer is doing, it's very difficult to get back on the track then. So what we're suggesting to you is follow the trainer when he's speaking, right? Just watch what is happening on the screen. We will give you this 5 minutes break frequently. Just as the topic is over, we will give you 5-minute break. It will be during that break that you can very quickly perform that function on your computer as well. If you're trying to run both screens side by side, which means you watch the trainer and then try to do the same on your screen, there is a possibility of losing track, and that's what causing some issues as well. So those who are a little slow, I mean, although we've slowed down quite considerably, those who are still a little slow, watch the trainer, and in that 5-minute break that we have after every topic, you can perform that function yourself. I hope that will help. So over to Mr. Khurram. Thank you.
Okay, so far we have constructed a basic pivot table model and the power pivot model, right? And we have constructed this basic report. Okay, right now we cannot find any difference between the normal pivot table or the power pivot table. But there is being an enormous difference between these two. Okay, the first difference right now that can be understandable, that is that we can have data from various sources, various tables. But as far as in the pivot table, normal pivot table, there is only one data source that is to be incorporated and used for developing the pivot table. So that is one of the major difference between these two versions of the pivot table. In the normal pivot table, we have only one data source that will be used for pivot tables, and in the power pivot, we can have numerous amount of tables from various sources that can incorporate it to be used in developing various types of reports. So that is one thing. Okay. Apart from that, we have just started, right? There is something which is known as the DAX language. DAX language, these are something a bit different with the normal, in a way these are actually the functions of the power pivot. As we have functions in Excel, we can manipulate data, we can calculate data, we can do a lot of things using the functions. So similarly, we can develop expressions, which is known as the data analysis expression. DAX stands for data analysis expression. We can perform a variety of analysis on the data using the DAX expression. Right now, we will be doing very, very basic stuff. We will be using certain very basic level DAX functions that will help you understanding that how DAX can be used for further analysis, right? So I'm extending this particular model by using the DAX functions so that you will be appreciating that what other things can be done using the power pivot model, right? So let's begin using some of the basic DAX functions. Okay. I don't want to have this report right now, so I'm just deleting this slide set. Now I want to go back to my data model. Either I can switch the power pivot or I can use this thing. Okay, that's the case. Okay, you are finding few of the extra columns that might be needed for for further analysis. Say date, year, date, quarter, that can be actually replicated. Right now we can delete those. So delete, selecting all these columns right from here, drag to the end, and then click the right mouse button and delete those columns. Right, okay. We have something data like this. Okay, not what we want to do is, we want to populate these, we want to extend this fact table. Now we have the basic data setup, we have the basic data model we have. Now we will be adding one column or 2-3 columns right over here. Maybe we want to have the price in this. We want to have price of each, say, a product that we are having in this particular. We want to have the total number of sales, maybe the total amount of sales. Yeah, maybe we have the discount option that we are providing some sort of discount to the values, to the transactions. Or maybe we want to have something else, which is obviously we want to have the actual sale. So sale amount of a transaction. So we are adding actually 3 different columns to this data model, in effect the fact table. So in order to do this, because we want to perform some sort of analysis on the data that we are having, we will be incorporating, we will be using the price, we will having the discount, and we have the sales amount. So first of all, what we can do is we can get the prices of each of the product from the price table. If you look at the product table, in this particular table we have 2, 3, 4 columns. We have the product description, and we are seeing that we can have product description in our pivot table report. Similarly, we can have the price, we have the discount, and we can have any other thing if that is there in the table. So what right now I want to take this column, and will be populating this price column with the values of the product that it represents. Now, in order to do so, something that you need to do, a DEX function which is known as the related function. Related. So in the price column, although we have this empty data, the blank data, so don't worry about this thing. Select the first column of the price column, first cell of the price column, and click type equal to, and uses related, one of the very simple and very, very important function, related. Related is a function that can be used to take data values from different tables. The nomenclature of the DEX expression is very, very simple. It is same as in Excel, but we will be applying these functions on the columns. We apply function in Excel on cell references, single cell or a range, right? But here in this pivot, Power Pivot, we will be using DAX functions on the entire column. So what actually we want? We want to have all the values of the price from the product table in this particular column. So we have used the related function, and now just type the name of the function first, the product. You see, as soon as I type the product, the IntelliSense gives me the various options that I have in this particular data model. This is the product TB discount, this is the product TB price, and this is product description, and this is code. So we have the price, double click that, and click, close the parenthesis, and click enter. You will find somewhere down all the values of the price from the product table. So by using this particular function, we have incorporated the prices of each table. So P4, I don't know right now what P4 represent. I might have, because I developed this model, but right now I don't know what P4 represent. The P4 is, the price of the P4 is 2,000. Right? The price of P6 is 1,000, and so on and so forth. Just check it out. P4 is 2,000. P6 is 1,000. Right? P1 is 25,000. And whatever prices that we have right here, we have all the prices right in this particular column. So what we have done, we have just inducted the prices in this fact table. Okay, fine. Now, use some other functions. What we want to do is, we want to calculate the what discount can be given on this particular transaction. We have the discount table. We have the discount table in the price table, right? And we want to multiply this discount factor, right, with the price, with the quantity, right, quantity and the discount factor along with the price. So discount will be determined as we multiply price with quantity and then with the discount factor in order to get the discount that can be given on this particular transaction, right? Okay, let's see how we can do this. We have the product here, we have the quantity here, and in this particular case, we want to have these two columns from this particular table, the fact table, and we want to have another value of discount from the discount table. So we will be multiplying this discount factor in the fact table with price and the quantity in order to get the discount on that transaction. Let's see how we can do this. So first of all, we need to put the equal to sign. Now we have the fact table, and in the fact table we have the quantity. It is just a simple expression. So this means this is the fact table. This means this is not the city, this is actually the quantity I'm after. So fact, then we have the quantity. We are multiplying this fact of quantity with the price, which is right now in the fact table. Although we have incorporated, I can use that price of a product table as well, but since I've taken that value right over here, so I can use this. It is the part of this table now. I can use this. So we have the fact table, the quantity column in the fact table. We are multiplying the price column of the fact table, right? If I click that, I will only get the value. That is, if I multiply this with that, I will get this. But what actually I need in this particular column, I need to have the discount. So in order to have the discount, I need to multiply this with the discount factor which is present in the product table. So what I need to do is, again, I need to go to right over here and then multiply this thing with the discount, but it has to be related. It has to be related with the product discount, and then close it. So what actually we did, we have taken this value from the product table, and since that product table is related to the fact table, we can have access to the value of discount from the product table because of the relationship. We have taken that value that will be multiplied with the result of this. And if you click enter, the discount should appear right at the bottom. So 780 will be the discount that is given on this particular transaction. Okay, fine. The rest is very, very simple now. Should be very, very simple now. If you want to have the sale amount, how this can be calculated? It means we need to multiply quantity by price. Whatever we got, that should be subtracted from the discount in order to get the actual sale amount. So again, what you need to do is equal to. Then we have the product fact table. Then we have the quantity over here. Then we have to multiply it with the fact price, and it has to be in the parentheses, and then subtracted it from fact discount. Now the fact is, this column is right over it. So what will happen? This will be multiplied by this. Whatever we got, we need to have to be subtracted from here. Now if I click that, we should have an answer, or we have the error. Okay, fine. There is a problem, right? So we have to be, I think it's QTY, isn't it? Fact QTY? Yeah. Okay, QTY. So that's why we have an answer. Okay, now at the bottom we should have an answer. So this is actually, we have used text expression right now in order to further strengthen our fact model, right? Now here we can have many things to discuss. We have just used one text expression that is related, number one. Number two, we have developed a text expression In Excel, we have two things. One is a function and one is a formula. We develop a formula by our own. We will use a function because it is a built-in function. Sometimes we only use the built-in function. Sometimes we will using that function in a formula. So in that case, in price case, we are using the DAX function that is related. In the second two expressions, we have used a related function in the DAX expression. Remember one thing once again, that DAX expression is always used on in a column. This is the difference between the Excel function and the DAX function that is to be used with the power pivot. Now, I am using another very important thing that is known as the measures. There are two things that we need to understand. One is known as the dimensions and one is known as the measures. Now, dimensions is what we are having something like the product or the city or the salesperson or something that have a textual value. All those columns that have the textual value that can be considered as the dimension. All those things that have the numeric values can be considered as measure, right? If we want to see how many products are sold, right? So product is the measure and the quantity is become the product is become the dimension and the quantity becomes the measure. We can extend some other measures as well, but now we not be using this particular thing which is known as the calculated field, and it is almost similar to the normal pivot table. In a normal pivot table, we do the same thing. We multiply this with that, we divide this by that in order to calculate the column, calculated columns. There is another thing which is similar to that, which is known as the calculated column. Calculated column cannot be shown here, but it can be shown somewhere else. There are two different ways to build, to develop the measure. These measures are always aggregated in nature. For example, if you want to know what will be the total discount given, if you want to know what is the total sale amount, the good thing about these measures that these can be drilled down, number one. These can be shown in the pivot table field list, right, for analysis. Okay, let me show you how you can use the working pane. This is the working pane of the pivot table, and I am writing two measures. As I told you, there are two simple ways to write your measures. I'm using the most simplest one because I like this one the most. I will show you the second one a bit later, but something right over here. I can write this measure here, I can write this measure here, I can write this measure everywhere, right, in that working area. So since I'm using the sale amount and the discount amount, what I can do? I can use is equal to the sum, for example, the total phase, total sale amount, total sale amount. After a while, I will differentiate between the calculated column and this measures, right? There is a hell of a difference between these two because of the efficiency and the memory usage, right? So I will discuss a bit later. Okay. First of all, if you need to construct a measure, a Meyer that can be represented in the pivot table. We want to know the total sale amount. So the total sale amount, this is the title, this is the tag that we are using for the Meyer, then the colon, and then the equal to sign. This represents that we are constructing a Meyer, right? And I told you that Meyer is always an aggregation, so it means it is either the sum, it is the average, and something like this. So we are summing up. We want to use the sum, and we want to use the sum, but on what? We want to use the sum on product, not the product, but the fact, on the fact table, and on the sale amount. And then we have something like this. So we have the total sale amount, colon, equal to sum, fact, sale amount. What it does, it will take all the values of this column, right, and it will display the sum. Right over here, the tag is total sale amount. The total sale amount will be typed here, will be represented here along with the value of this sum. Now click OK. We should find a value. Total sale amount is this much. And we have, this is something, we have that, right? Similarly, we can apply the same thing over here. Total discount given, total discount, and we can have the same thing over here. Sum of what? Table is fact sales, and the column is discount, and then we have something like this. So we have the total discount, we have the total sale amount. Okay, in order to develop these measures, although we do need this thing, but it is not necessarily that we have the sale amount in that column, we have the discount in that column, or we have the price in that table. We can use some other text function in order to develop these measures. Let me first show it to you that how these measures can be used. We don't have any column in this particular table that have total sale amount or the total discount, because we have assumed that whenever we have the column, that will be represented in the pivot table field list. But these are the measures, and the characteristics of measure is such that it can be represented in the pivot table field list of the fact table. It is the part of the fact table, but it is not in the columns. It is somewhere right over here. So I will be developing the same thing, the same pivot table using these two measures. Let's see how I can use this. So I have the pivot table already built in, right? Instead of sum of quantity, I don't want to have the sum of quantity. Rather, I want to know that in each city, what is the total sale? In each city, how much discount is given in this city? So if you look at the fact table, you should see, or rather we should see, two measures. So this is the representation of the measures. Fx represent that it is a measure and it is an aggregation. This is the total amount, total sale amount, and it is the total sale discount. So what can be done? Simply you need to either click this or drag this. If I click this, I have the total sale amount of the each city. In the Faisalabad, this is the total sale. In Islamabad, this is the thing. And similarly, I have the total discount. I want to know what is the total discount. This is the case. In each of the city, in every city, this is the pair, this is the total amount, and this is the total discount. Right? Okay, fine. Great. Much great. and we get them time to practice. Okay, I'm told that in here we should have a lunch break because they're starving right now. And the mass break. So how long will we be having? 1 hour. So okay, we will be having a 1 hour break. And when we back from the break, we will start right from here, and I will discuss that how useful this feature, this Mayur is will be in developing or making different analysis on this particular data set. I will be using few of before going to the break. I'm just highlighting few of the DAX functions that I will be using. Maybe I'll be using month to date, year to date, right, quarter to date. I will be maybe same period last year amount, whatever I'm focusing. And similarly, few of the things that it might of your interest that will help you out that how we can apply various type of analysis on this particular data set, which is again not possible in the normal pivot table. So DAX function extend the capability of the pivot table, and you have the endless opportunities and scenarios where you can look at your data in different ways. Okay, see you after the break.
Just to recap, what have we done in the need to revise? So DAX.
Okay, they don't need to. They only need to revise the DAX function. Once we come back, we will be developing. We will be using some of the DAX functions. You should know how the DAX function is created. Number one. Number two, you should know how to use, be familiar yourself with the using of the pivot table. So these are the two main things that you need to understand. Once you be able to do that, then the remaining stuff will become easy for you to grasp, understand. Right? Thank you very much. See you in about 1 hour's time. Okay, welcome back after having a nice meal in the Mars break. Okay, during the break, we were having a look at your queries that you were pouring in, and some of you have asked to kindly quickly recap what we did so far. So I will try to recap only 5 minutes. I will try my level best to do that in 5 minutes, right? And then we will go along. Okay, fine. So far, what we did, we have tried to develop a power pivot model, with the help of which we can integrate the information from various data sources. We can only get the required information from various tables if we have a relationship. If we don't have a relationship, we cannot dig out the values or the data from the various tables. So it is imperative that we do have a relationship in place. Then we'll be in a position to get the data from the various tables. Okay, in order to develop a relationship, what we need to do, we need to go to the Power Pivot, and from the Power Pivot, we have the Manage button. When we click the Manage button, we have 2-3 different options available with the Home Design. In the Design tab, we click the Create Table, and from the Create Table, we can establish a relationship. And once we're able to get the relationship in place, we can go back to the Home tab and we can develop the pivot table. So from here, this is a button for the pivot table. If you click that, it will ask you for developing the pivot table. It is almost similar the way we use pivot table, a normal pivot table. It has same 4 things with us. Then we can utilize in order to build a pivot table like this. Once we have the data model in place, we can extend our data model by using the DAX function, so that we can get the data from different tables in this particular table. So one of our attendees, they have asked, rather that he has actually tried to use the related function to get the price from the different table, but he is unable to do that. There might be a reason for this, that the relationship wasn't established. Kindly, if you try to re-establish the relationship, if it is done, then you can use the related function. This related function can only be used if the relationship is in place. If it is not, you will be unable to get the related table value from the different table. So in order to get the values from the related table, we will be using the related function. The related function will get the value from the related table. So that is in the case of this example. We are in the fact table, right, and we want to get the data from the price from the product table. So we have used the function related, then the product table name and its field, which is the price. So if we have done this, then we have got the values, all the prices that are listed in the product table. And after that, we can get the discount. This is actually an expression that I have built using some of the values which are resided in this fact table and some of the values which are there in the product table. So what actually I did, I multiplied the quantity column with the price column. Although the price column is in the product table, I have the liberty to use the value in the product table But since I have taken that value in this fact table, so I have used the fact quantity and fact price, because the price now is the part of the fact table. But here you see discount factor, it is still in the product table. So again, I have to use the related function in order to get the value of the discount which is in the product table. I have multiplied that with this and I will get the a discount. And now the discount is there, price and quantity is there. If I multiply this with quantity with price and then subtract the discount, I will be able to get the sale amount. So that's what we did. Then after that, I have used two measures. I have tried to explain what measures is. Measures are actually the aggregate of some column, some numerical column. It is actually it can be developed only where we have the on the column on which we have the numerical data. We can have measures on quantity, price, discount, and sale amount. That is how we have done this. This is the label that I'm using, the total sale amount, colon equal to sum. Those who have actually tried to do this thing, they might have missing the colon symbol, right? The colon indicates that this is actually a measure we are working. So whatever the sum of this particular column is, it will be assigned to this tag, and we will be using this measure in our pivot table. You can find this measure in the fact table because we have developed, we have constructed this measure in the fact table. We can develop these measures in other tables as well, right? But for the demo purposes, we have developed right over here. There are two things that we need to understand. One of the question is that what is the difference between the calculated column and the measures? Look at this. This is the calculated column. This is the calculated column. This is the calculated column. All these extension to this table, all the columns, these are called the calculated columns. And this is the measure. Measures are always an aggregation, whereas calculated column is actually some of the manipulation of the data, which is row-wise. So we have actually multiplied this with that, and we get the column. One of the things, and it is the recommended thing, that do not use calculated field. The reason is that when you use the calculated column, it will consume a lot of memory, a lot of storage of the memory, and sometimes as your data grows, sometimes it might be difficult for you to apply or to get some sort of analysis on that. It becomes slow. So that is the reason measures are used. Okay, fine. Another very important part of the measure is that we can drill down the data. We can get the categorized data with the help of total sale amount, because it is used as we have used in this normal pivot tables. So if I want to see the breakdown of the total sale amount, either with respect to the cities or with respect to the product, I can simply drag this sale amount to the value of the pivot table and then use either the row or the column factor right over here, as in this particular example. Look at here, we have, these are the total sale amount, and this is the total discount. These are the measures. These are present in the fact table, and I simply drag these two right over here as these were calculated columns, but these are not calculated columns. So I drag this right over here, and this is actually the sum of all the data, and the behavior of this is exactly the same. Now either you can get the breakdown of these total value with respect to CD and column. I think that is what we have done so far. So let's dig a bit more in that area. A few of the DAX function that I think we should learn.
There some people were saying that you're not very clear, so that's why you can.
Okay, fine.
He's using the term measures. Yeah?
Yes, measures.
Measures. Okay.
It is actually, let me write it, measure. M-E-A-S-U-R-E. This is the measure, right? No, it's measures. Okay, fine. Okay, now we want to have some more analysis on that, but before that, let me develop another, say, measure without using this particular values, right? Okay, in order to do that, in order to construct another measure, but without using the aggregated function, that is the sum. Okay, that can be done with the help of which I don't want to have the, for example, sale amount, but I want to use these two values in order to get the answer. Okay, look at this. What we need to do is, I need, for example, total sale is equal to colon equal to, I want to do something, I want to aggregate, I want to sum of the expressions. Let's see, let me construct it. This is sum. I'm using sum x function. Sum function is applied on the calculated column, but I want to sum based on certain expression. So the expression will be, I want to say fact table fact, then I have okay, sum, I have what you call the prices, the fact is the table, and then the expression. Fact is the table, and then the expression. For example, I have the price, and I have it is the fact price multiplied by fact, what you may call it, the quantity, right? And then we have to multiply it with the related function with the product table, right? And then we have to close it. This is the related and this is the fact. And once we click that, we will be able to, we will unable to get the required answer. Unable to get the required answers. So similarly, the same thing has happened. What has happened?
In fact, I've used the city once again instead of the quantity. Okay, now I've got the answer. It happens sometimes, okay. So look at this. This is the Maya, and I have this is how actually I get this. So I have multiplied this. This is actually the total, not the total sale. This is the total discount, in fact. Okay, this is the total discount. Okay, this is how it works. So either you can go that way, or either you can use a calculated column, or you can use this thing, right? Okay, now let's discuss few of the very interesting facts. Yes, वो ठीक कर दिया. वो तो कर दिया था. हाँ, तो जब वो आंसर whenever we don't have the answer, the right answer, it means there is something, there is a problem somewhere. So we have identified that problem. We have used the term city instead of the quantity. Okay, fine. Let's do something else. Some other interesting, very simple, say. Okay, fine. So I'm giving you the 5 seconds, as I requested you to provide you 5 to 10 seconds to manipulate this thing. So you can apply this. This is the measure. We have calculated total discount. This is how it goes.
Thank you very much. Your participants are so intelligent that while you were typing the formula, people were telling us you were again.
Okay.
And so, I think we let me name them, by the way. I mean, this is a consolation. Muhammad Hamad and Maman Abdul Ghaffar. Thank you very much. You're very, very active and very sort of alert.
Okay, that shows their motivation and interest and their awareness, right? Okay.
Can we, while giving them time, just a couple of things. Omar said you asked a question, total discount, the sum for the entire table, mean all rows?
Yes, all rows.
All rows. What is the sum x function all about?
Okay. I told you earlier that sum function is applied on the calculated column. We have this sale amount. We can apply the sum function. We have the values in place right in this column. But if I want to get the sum of the expressions means that I want to multiply quantity with the price and then with the discount. So this is the expression. It is a row-wise expression. What will happen in the sum x function? This quantity will be multiplied to this, and then this will be multiplied to the value which is in product table, which is this one. We will have a discount of one row at a time, and then this will be applied to all the rows, and at the end all the values will be summed together. So that is the difference between the sum and the sum x. So mx will sum the result of an expression. Let's, in the case of this thing, this is an expression. This is whole expression. This multiplied by this and multiplied by this. So this is an expression. We will get the expression of one row. And if we have thousands and thousands of rows, first of all, they will be stored somewhere in the memory, and then we will get the sum function, sum result of this, the answer of these expressions, right?
People want to receive the solved copy of these worksheets also. Can you
So what will happen is what will happen is that whatever we do today on this machine, I will hand over this copy to Harun sir, and he will email that copy. Right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Farad is saying also advised about for same period last year. So I think we that's on the plan. But provided we are able to progress at good speed. Farad Ali is asking in measure how I can convert 404 to 11102. I mean, he was using the comma format. How can we apply comma format? Do we need to toggle like mail merge in MS Word, or just simply we can do by clicking? How do we apply a format function?
Yeah. This is
the comma function. Right?
Yes, the comma function. 1000 separator. You can use percentage sign, dollar sign, whatever thing that you do, you can do it from there.
Okay. How it does make a difference? Can we use SumX for certain dates / values to be summed together? Why would you sum dates? If I want to sum for dates 1 to 15 only. So I think what he's trying to say is that the condition in SumX based on some dates, but the values against those dates will be summed.
Okay, we will be doing something for sure on this particular aspect, but may be unable to answer exactly, but we will show you the path that how you can achieve this, right? So that we can do. This is what you call the application of the SumIf function in the Excel. So that's you might are trying to achieve. So there is no SumIf function in pivot table or DAX, but we can still be able to get the desired result, right? But not with the SumX function, SumIf function, but with the calculate function. So we will try to discuss that. Hopefully.
Yes, really one last question. I hope others are practicing in the US. Nasser is saying, may I read questions, and the reason I'm asking more questions is so that you could get more.
Okay, fine.
Also, Nasser is saying, what kind of reports are prepared well using the PP model?
What sort of?
What kind of reports are prepared well using the Power Pivot model?
Okay, Farhan?
This for Nasser.
Nasser, once you get used to this model, then you can develop as many types of report as you can, right? It's very, very versatile, very, very flexible. You can do wonders if you know this particular thing. So this is just the basics of the basic that we are learning, are discussing right now. This is only give you the way to use this Power Pivot stuff. But as you go along, you will find lots and lots of DAX functions, lots and lots of things. Then you can be you can use to do many wonderful things.
Sir Umar Said has a question. Can we use SumX for certain dates value to sum together?
The same question. It is already answered. We will try to do that. Okay, that's it.
Will you discuss what-if analysis and macros?
This is the part we have already discussed in level 2. We haven't discussed macros, but we did discuss the what-if analysis.
And we will not discuss macros probably because we don't want VBA programming. That's a very specific tag and probably not as useful for.
Okay. If you allow me to answer the question about the macro, although it is not the right platform. Okay, as far as the macro is concerned, there are two types of macros that we can deal with. One of the macro is learning VBA, right? And the other thing is the recording macro. even you don't know how to write a macro, but you still be able to get wonderful things while recording a macro. Maybe we should have rather one very half-day webinar on recording a macro. So this is a wonderful thing you should know. The layman, are those people who are unable to understand what is VBA, they don't know how to use it, but they still be able to develop macro, which is a recorded macro.
So Ms. Zara wants to know, is the measure function applicable in coherence with pivot table, or one can simply use in simple data, Excel data?
Okay, I'm using the measure in coherence with the pivot table, right? I'm doing it, right?
Functions are not available generally without the pivot table, power pivot.
These are not.
Yeah,
these are not.
Specific.
These are local to power pivot only. Majority of the thing that we are doing here will not be applicable in normal Excel platform. Although we are using Excel at the back end, but these functions will not be available there. Okay, some of the functions are there, but these are very common functions, but more specialized functions, these are not, right? Okay, fine. Okay, let me do some more basic tax function. Okay, for example, let me say about this particular aspect. I'm developing another a measure. For example, total business days, total days. Total days, I want to know that in a given time frame, how many working days are here, right? For example, I say the total, say the count rows is the function, just count rows. Count rows is a function, and that function is actually applied on the date table, right? The date table. We have the date table available with us. Okay, date TB. Okay, we have this function, right? And we have right now something like this, if I'm not wrong. Okay, so we have total days, total working days is 912. I've used this on date table. So if I say the net working days, this is another measure, and this is, I think, the distinct count. Distinct count, and this will be applied on the fact table. Fact table and on the date. So what actually we have tried to do in this particular framework, in this particular time frame, we have our life of the business is 912 days, right? What does it mean? That if I use this function, count rows is equal date TB, date is that table, it means that total life of our business is 912 days. But since there are some days which are off, the weekends, Saturday, Sunday, and this is actually your net working days, and this can be achieved through a distinct count. So with the help of this, you can differentiate that how many working days are available, are there in that time frame. Similarly, you can get another very important measure using this particular feature. For example, if you want to know the average sale per day, you can develop this measure, average sales per day, and the measure is like this. You have the average sales per day, and how we can achieve this. We have the total sum, right? We have the fact, and we have the total sale amount, or rather, let me do it that way. I want to divide, this is better, I want to divide the sale amount which is present right here divided by the total days. Fact, total days. And if I click that, what I will get, I should get the answer that this is actually the average sale per day. Maybe I can calculate the average discount given per day. I can calculate as well. So this is the average sale per day, but if I can use this, that what is the actual sales per day, let me describe the difference between these two, actual and this measure is that I can divide, this is divide, then it is by again the fact, and then we have the total this amount, and then we have the net working days, and then close it. So we should have another figure. So this is actually the case. This is the average sales per day, and this is the actual sale per day. The difference between these two is the average sale per day inclusive of the days which are Sundays and Saturdays as well. And whereas in networking days, we will have 653. So that is actually, this is more relevant, this is more pertinent. If you put that in analysis of yours, you can see that what can be done. Okay, we can use these figure in our analysis. Okay, let me show you how we can use this. For example, this is our case. I want to see that what will be the average sales at each city. So what I will be doing, I will be say lifting this off, taking it off, going to the fact table, and I will be, look what we have. We have the average sales per day, and we have the actual sales per day. This is average sales per day. So look at what we got. In Faisalabad, the average sales per day is this much, and actual sales is this much. So you can have a different vision of data altogether in various cities, and similarly you can do another analysis of the same data set by moving this city there and moving the product from the product table. We have the product table, not this one. We have the product, we have a city, and we have the city right over here. Not the city, rather the product. Where is the product? We might have product down there. Okay. This is the product description. So this is another way of looking at your data from the dimension point of view. We have the product as a dimension. You can see that laptop, the sale of the laptop is actual average sales per day is this much, and actual sales sales per day is that much. So you can compare that or whatever. So similarly, we can use as many measures we can develop, as many measures as we can. So these are few of the measures that we did. Now let's discuss few of the measures which are, say, what you may call it, the more time frame functions. Okay, one of the function that someone has asked, that is the same period last year. Well, I guess Okay.
Same time last.
Okay. Same time last period and same whatever something will happen here as well. So let's try to do that. Okay. The thing is, we need to do something else. Let me write this function not here but somewhere here. Same period, same period last year. This is the thing that I want to do. Same period last year, colon, and okay, I hope you have applied this function. I was told that I need to give 5-10 minutes for this activity as well.
And those couple of minutes we can have questions. So Salman Dalia had just asked, can we use power pivot function on a pivot table instead of a simple table? Power pivot on a pivot table instead of a simple data data.
Okay, I hope you meant that we have a simple table. You have a simple table and you want to use a power pivot, right, instead of the pivot table.
He's saying, can you use power pivot on a pivot table instead of raw data?
No, answer is simply no. Answer is simply no. The pivot table actually is the summary of the data, right? But if that data is transformed into a table, then we can do that. So what we need to do is we need to transform that data first into a table, and then we can apply the power pivot. So directly we can't.
Shobal Das is asking, could the trader please recheck the pivot table he has used for actual sales per day, as it is not coming to 61.9K per day? The answer are
Okay, if you look at these two functions, not this one. Okay, if you look at this particular function, this is date TB. I'm using a table, right? This is the table, date TB. So this will give you the total count of this table. This represents the whole time frame. This is the table that starts from the day of our operation, when we have started our business, and somewhere in the future, or maybe the existing date, right?
He's saying in sheet number 1.
Sheet number 1.
One is say city.
Someone is city TV.
Yeah, but that's not good.
But there is no. We can only have the existence of dates in either the date table or the fact table. So the date table is
your, please check your calculation.
actually these are two different calculations. One is in the date table and other is in the fact table. The fact table, the dates in the fact table must be short as compared to the because it includes all the dates. So that is the difference.
My name is asked how to trace back power pivot table where measure formula is written in actual XLS. Here we have plotted pivot table.
Okay, one of the questions that someone has asked way back earlier in the beginning, and he or she said that can we develop a macro outside the Excel table? My answer was yes, right? So this pivot table that we are developing right now, it is in the book 1. It is in the book 1. Let me save this. I'm saving it, save as somewhere in the browse desktop. Let me save it at a desktop with the name ACCA BI webinar exercise, actual exercise. Okay, actual exercise. And this will be emailed to you, right? Okay, let me save this. Let me close it. Save it. Okay, save it, close it. Now it is done. The Excel tables or the workbook that I have used for this particular pivot model is this one. Right? So because you are the author of that table, you are the author of the power pivot, so you can easily imagine from where you can have this data from where. Right? Okay. Let me close this. Any other question?
Yeah, Hassan Fani saying, can you show how you could measure total sale amount after discount without using any calculated / added columns?
What actually? Okay. Actually, what he demanded?
Saying, show how you could measure total sales amount after discount without using any calculated / added columns.
Okay. What actually? I have opened another sheet. Okay, somehow I have closed it. Where is that? It is somewhere, where is that? It is ACCA, okay, ACCA, this is the sheet, enable. What actually you want is, so power pivot, and we have the manage. We have to go to the manage. Okay, we are in the fact table. So this is what actually we are looking at. This is the data. Without using a calculated column, his question is, without using a calculated column, can we develop a measure? That is the question. Okay, that question is already answered, by the way. If you look at the sum x function, somewhere what we did, total discount, or okay, look at this total discount. I haven't used any of the calculated column. Okay, although I have used this, and this can be considered as a calculated column because I've incorporated that from the a product table. But even then, if I don't want to use it, I just want to replace with the term related and then the price, this with the related, that stuff. So I can replace that with the only difference is the price. Once I do that, then I still be able to get the same answer.
And that's it.
That's it. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let's try to do something more interesting. Okay, we are trying to write same period last year measure. MESURE measures. So this is how it is. Now, in order to do this, we want to know what will happen last year. Take a right from today, what will happen last year. So that we need to do. Okay, in order to do that, actually now here comes a function which can be used in replacement of SUMX function. We will be using the calculate function first. Now, first of all, very briefly, let's see what calculate function is all about. Now the calculate function is, we need to do the calculate function first. This is the calculate function. Now the calculate function has an expression, first of all. So what actually we want to do? We want to sum. We want to say do based on our filter. So say we want to calculate the sum. Calculate the sum of, for example, from the sale amount. We are saying sale amount. Sale amount. Okay. This is, let me write this thing from the table. Either I can use the term, the name of the column as such, but the recommended approach is that you should write the table name along with the columns, right? Sometime it happens that we have a table that is taken from the various data sources, and you might have a situation where you have a same name, right, from the different tables. So sometime it happens that if you want to use or calculate something based on a particular column, but you forgot to write the name of the table, so whatever value that exists in the current table, that will be calculated. So it is a good practice to use the name of the table first. So what we want to do is we want to do the sum, but we want to do the sum on the fact sale amount. We want to do the sum. This is our expression that we want to do based on filter. Sum. We have the fact table. We have the expression. Say, for example, fact sale amount. Sum karna hai this one. Fact sale amount. So what actually it is asking an expression, and then okay, for example, we want to sum of say fact, that is the quantity, for example, quantity multiplied by fact, multiplied by fact price. Fact price, do we have the fact price here? Then we have to write the related function then. Related, we have the price, and then again the product, from the PRUDUCT. It's not getting it, Jan Brother. It's not getting it. Product or it's not getting it. Okay. Okay. We need to have 5 minutes or 2 minutes break. I need to look into, dig into. I might be say forgot the syntax of this. Give me just 2 minutes. In the meantime, you will be doing some other stuff. I will get back to you in 2 minutes. Right. Okay, we have just a minor misunderstanding of having the syntax, right? So we have clarified the syntax, what was wrong with that. We actually have missed one parenthesis. That is the only difference. Huh? Okay. Who was that?
Umar Abdul Majid
Umar.
and Hassan Pani.
Umar and Hassan, thank you very much. We have already figured it out that where was the problem. Okay, fine. The SPLA, actually, that what we were doing is equal to, we want to do the calculate function. This is the calculate. And then we have the expression. And the expression is always an aggregate, that is the sum. Sum function that we are trying to do on the fact table, and the fact table is of sale amount. We have actually missed that part.
Yeah, that bracket.
That bracket. We have actually missed that part because when I click that, actually this is the close end of the sum function. So we have missed that. And calculate function actually demanded more thing because we haven't completed that. Okay, so we want to say sum of these, right, based on something which is known as the same period last year, for example. Look at this, same period last year. It is a function itself. We have, this is the DEX function that will calculate actually the time frame between two different values. So, but the thing is, what actually we need to do here? There is an argument that we need to provide it, and that is same period last year is that we need to provide the values from date table and from the date. So this is close and this is close, I guess. I think that's enough. That should give me the answer, and that is actually the case. So we have the answer right over here, and this is what the answer is right now. So we can use this in order to present. But similarly, we can have some other functions as well. But first of all, let's see. Yeah?
Can you make them apply this for second?
Okay. Okay, fine.
It's Shobhan's asked again saying, can you help me understand the later part saying, hope you realize that I was asking not open average sale per day of laptop was 27,000 and the trainer filter in the pivot versus 206,000 actual sales per day for laptop, which could be wrong. Can you check that please? He's saying the worksheet that you saved by the name ACCA webinar.
This is the ACCA webinar. This is ACCA Business Training Webinar Actual Exercise.
Okay. And this question, if I can repeat again. The actual sale per day in the file. Now title XPR. Actual sales per day.
Actual sales per day, right here or there?
Yeah, that's fine. Actual sales per day. And I'm not referring to the power pivot window, rather the normal Excel window with the pivot table fields and filters.
Okay, actually, she's trying to use this. We have this. Okay, we have the ACC webinar,
Yes.
and we have this one. She's actually referring to that.
Sure.
All right. So this is actually what maybe. The thing is that we need to do something here. There might be missed by you that how can we calculate. We need to integrate all of these. We need to get something. We need to apply the formulas. If that is the case, that we can Power pivot, if the relationships are correct and the data there is correct, there is no way Excel can give us the wrong answer. It is only provided us the wrong answer if the relationships are incorrect. Right? There might be a case either I am wrong in establishing the a relationship, right? There might be a problem from my side, but as far as the power pivot Excel is concerned, it should not do that. It can only be done if the relationships are incorrect.
All right. Let me unmute Shogundas. Shogundas, please tell me if you want me to unmute you and you can put up your question verbally. I think it's a little difficult to understand when you're typing. Is it okay if I unmute your mic? Okay, just give me a second. This is the information.
Okay, we can take his question after the session.
Is that okay?
Second, otherwise we will miss a lot. Okay, let me.
Can you open up your speaker?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Shogundas.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You've been referring to the wrong window. I mean, see, you have a power. Don't refer to this one. It's actually open. Can you just see the other Excel file that's open? It's already open. Can you just go through the Excel? No, don't open anything. Just can you go? Yeah. Okay. This one.
Okay, fine.
Okay. If you just see actual sales per day.
Actual sales per day, okay.
Average sales per day. So if you take the total of that, it's not coming to what was actual sales per day, 69,000. So I was just wondering how, because if you see in the laptop, the actual sales per day is coming to 206,000, which doesn't seem accurate as per what we calculated in the measures.
Okay. I think I got your point. You have said that actual sales per day should be higher as compared to the average sales per day. That's your meant?
Yes. No, correct. But like, see, when you go to the measures one, you can see the average sales per day is 44,000, which is matching with your column. I mean, which when you go to the measures where we use the power pivot window.
Okay, fine. That's what you're saying.
So we're getting 44,000, which is matching with that column. But actual sales per day is coming 61,000 on average. But here laptop alone is 206,000.
Okay. I understand. I understand.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong at looking at it. That's why I was just talking about.
I will give you. I'll try to answer that question. Just hang on.
Thanks.
Okay. The thing is that this is actually what a nutshell or the summary of actual per day, right? If you want to say break this down, so this is only an indication that what you will have. This should be the breakup of actually what we have. You may call this is. This is actually the breakup of what. Let me try to figure it out for you. Design grand total on rows and columns. Okay. I hope now you can understand what actually we meant. If you look at this, this is the grand total, right? This is the grand total of what we have. This will show you the grand total of this measure. This will show you the grand total of all this. And this is actually the summary of what actually the breakup of all these a product. Laptop is this much. Maybe this is wrong. This comes out to be wrong, but in the inner sense, if you provide the that is the reason I actually turned this off, because sometimes it gives you the wrong information. Actually, that is not the case here. So the purpose of this particular very aspect is that this measure will be used to break down the results of the measures. Whatever measures that you will be having, all these measures, whether the total amount, this, that, right? But this will provide you the breakup of the data for a particular dimension. I hope that answers, right? But if you don't, you can have my email numbers from yeah, right? And we can have the session on that, right? Okay, fine. Very, very quickly, let's go through some other function as well. Okay, this is another measure that we have used same period last year. Okay, let me write very, very quickly some of the measures as well, and then we'll try to say wind this up as far as the pivot table and the DEX function are concerned. Then we'll have to do some other add-ins as well. So we have we need to do those as well, right? Okay. There are 3 other functions maybe we will be doing, and all these functions are termed as the time intelligence functions. So you can use these functions, and these functions, for example, let me write a very simple function. This is month to date, MTD functions, MTD, right? So MTD function, let me write it, MTD function itself. It is a measure, so I'm using the calculate, right? And then I have an expression. I want to calculate once again the total sale amount, that is from the fact table. And then we have, this is the fact total sale amount. Then I need to close it, and then I have a comma. Again, I have missed something. What I need to do is, I need to use the sum function, because this is the replacement of the sum if function. The sum function, then I have a fact, and then I have the total sale amount. And then now, instead of using same period last year, look at this, I have MTD, dates MTD function. So this is actually the function I need to use. So what will happen, what is, with respect to the month to date, what will the sum of the sales with respect to date. So what we need to do, we need to again use the date function, date table, and we have the date, and then we need to close. And similarly, on similar ground, what we need to do is we need to use, this is the value, and similarly, let me write two functions more, and then we will have, then we can use this in our pivot table and see its impact, and then we'll go for the second add-in. Okay, ji. Then we have the Y2D function, and on similar ground, everything is the same apart from fact, sale amount, then we have close it, comma, and we have YTD something, dates YTD. And similarly, we are referring this to the date function, date, or we have date table. This is the date table where we have all the dates available. It is not the fact table once, and that we have. Similarly, we can have Q2D and some other function as well. So these are the values, and that we can reflect in our pivot table. Where is the pivot table? Okay. Now, not every sales per day. So move backward, or we have somewhere at the down, we can have this, we can have this, or we can have this. So this is actually what actually we are having. This is year-to-date function, this is sales period last year function, and this is MDD function, right? So you can apply this function here, but for the time being we are concluding the DEX part and the pivot table part. At the end we will be taking a question on this topic as well. We will be having a 5 minutes break now, and after that we will be discussing the Power View, right?
Before we take the break, there is one final question which is very basic, but Salman is asking what is the objective of using SPLA and MTB? Where are they used?
Okay, you want to know what is the actual position as compared to the today last year. So you want to know what will be the value of earning or the sales amount today as of today as compared to the last year. This will reflect that value. And similarly, month to date is the same concept. What will happen that with respect to the last period? That is actually the case.
Okay, and MTB stands for?
Month to date. Month to date, year to date, quarter to date. Right? Is quarter to quarter, year to year,
Okay.
and month to month.
And one more question, similar question, saying why you use SPLA when you can analyze the same data by adjusting your pivot table configuration?
Okay, that is actually a basic question. There are so many things that we can do either with this or with that. Okay, you might say that we don't need to use the power pivot because we are having the VLOOKUP functionality in the Excel, right? So within the Excel, we can have variety of functions in order to do the same stuff, right? So some of the functions, when we use the DEX function, you can have a different set of data you have. You can use different functions in order to perform many things. These, as I told you earlier, that these are the basics of the basic that we are doing right now, right? This is only meant for, we have analyzed the situation in the beginning, in the morning, that this session now is supposed to be the session that will help you in using this feature, right? So this, I've tried to make you guys understand that how this feature can work, how to build a data model, and how can you use basic type of measures, right? So if you want to use SPLA, fine. If you don't want to use SPLA, is again fine, because we can have some other ways to get the same result, right? Thank you very much. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, ji, welcome back. Uh, okay, so far we have done some of the stuff that is related to Power Pivot and DAX functions. Now we are moving back to some lighter stuff. You need to think a lot in this particular, your mind get tired. Now let's do some stuff that make you a bit lighter, right? So let's begin with the Power View. Okay, so first of all, what need to be done is that we need to add in, once again, activate the add-in of Power View. Okay, in some of the cases, okay, first of all, I need to save this, and that I need to send it to you. Okay, save. Yes, you can have it and you can email them. Fine. Okay, let's go back to ACCA webinar. But before going to that stuff, first of all, we need to activate the Power View. Okay, if you click the Insert tab, you should find Power View in this, on this ribbon, right? I have a ribbon at the extreme end. This is actually I've constructed, actually inducted this Power View. It wasn't present at the time. I need to do that. In some of your machine, you will find this alongside with the charts, but if you don't have it, I will try to explain that how you can get it there, right? For those who have already, you don't have any problem, but for those, they don't have the Power View button on the ribbon. Okay, first step that you need to do is, first of all, you need to click File, then go to Options, then Add-ins, and then you have Excel add-ins, then you have the COM add-ins. Go, and you should have clicked Power View for Excel. Microsoft Power View for Excel, it should be checked, and then click OK. So this is how you activate or enable the add-in for Power View. Once you click that, you should have a button somewhere here. If it is there, it is fine. There is, you don't need to do anything. Rather, you need to use that thing. But if you don't have this thing, we can have achieve this through this. Let's see how we can do that. First of all, we need to click the File button. Then we need to use the Options one once again, and you will see you have the Customize ribbon. Customize ribbon, right? And actually my this is right over here, and this is actually the custom ribbon. So let me reset for you so that I will go through the process. So I am going to reset all customization, right? So if I OK and Insert tab, my Power View is gone. I don't have any Power View. Now I will show you the steps that how you can induct that Power View button in the Insert tab, right? Okay, let's begin. First of all, you need to click the Insert tab. So this has to be selected because we want that button in this ribbon, right? Then click the File, then the Options, then the Add-ins, not the add-ins, rather the Customize ribbon. And in the Customize ribbon, we need to click the New Group. We have actually clicked the Insert button. It is already shown right over here. So we want to insert that ribbon somewhere here. So what we need to do, we need to click New Group. We want to click show the new group, make a new group. Click the new group. When you click the new group, you will have a new group which is custom. Custom means that it is developed by us. Then you need to click the rename button. Rename button, right? And you need to type something like, as actually I did the report, so you may write the report, and click OK. Once you click OK, you should have a report somewhere here, right? Now, what we want to do is we want to put certain commands, at least only one command, which is the Power View, which is not in the ribbon. How you can do this? You can just go to that part of the customized ribbon, which is the popular command. Popular commands means that these are the commands which are popularly used, and these are there somewhere in the ribbons. But what actually we want some commands which are not on the ribbon. So click that and you will find one thing, that is commands not in the ribbon. So click that and you will find these are the commands which are not on the ribbon. So somewhere here you should find insert Power View report. Now select that insert a Power View report, add it, and this will be added under the report group, right? And if you want to move it somewhere, right, somewhere around the chart stuff, you can move it, okay, you can move that to somewhere here, right? So I select that and I move it and click OK. Now instead of here, I have my Power View right over here. Now once it is there, now we can use this feature, right? Okay, fine, let's do that. First of all, open your ACCA BI webinar, and there is one example and we will be doing this example, and let's see what we have in this example. If you click that, this is the data. This is the data on which your Power View is built. And we have two examples, Power View 3 and Power View 4. We can rename them if we can. Click the Power View. It is already there. It is already developed. We will be developing the same stuff. It will take a bit longer depending on the speed of your machine. This machine is a bit slow. Okay, there is one more thing I need to tell you. If you want to use this Power View and you are unable, okay, you have tried to introduce, develop a Power View report, but you are unable to do that, there might be one reason for that. Your system needs Silverlight software.
Yeah, that's what it
Need to be installed.
2013 is.
Yes, for 2013 or maybe 2016 as well.
So even I can install Silverlight.
Yes. All right. So you need to have the Silverlight. Okay. So if you don't have it, and if you're connected to the internet and you do, because you are attending this webinar, so you can right there, you just need to say click that and it will be downloaded and installed, and then you will be able to do that. Okay, look at this. We will be developing this sort of a stuff, This is Power View example 1 and this is Power View example 2. Right? So this is the thing that we will be going to build. Okay? Right? Okay. The good thing about these two, very small. You can do a lot of things with that, but I will go through a few things, not in detail, but only that stuff that might be helpful for you and you understand that how these can be developed. It's very, very easy, very, very simple, very, very straightforward and very, very catchy. Okay, so first of all, let's see that what actually, these are two of the slicers. You have, we have used slicer, we know what is a slicer, but these are the Power View slicers. So if you want to click that, for example, the Gujranwala, it will take a bit and it will refresh it and you will have something like this. And for example, this is the information of Gujranwala of Mr. Badr Hussain. Badr Hussain here is the salesman, and in the Gujranwala we have this, and here this is actually the case. This is the performance of Mr. Badr Hussain in the city of Gujranwala. And similarly, this is Islamabad. Badr Hussain has made this much of sales and so on and so forth. So this is how you can control the charts with the help of this is the interactive chart. Okay, if you look at here, we don't have any slicer in place, but you will still get an interactivity with these two charts. Okay, for example, look at this. We want to know that what will happen, what actually is the performance at Faisalabad as far as the products are concerned. If you click Faisalabad, see, if you click Faisalabad, what will happen? Okay, everything is grayed out as far as other cities are concerned. So this is the total summary, this is the total business at Faisalabad, and this is the stuff. Look at this stuff. This shows what will happen at Faisalabad, right? If you double click, this will be re-energized, and say for example in Peshawar looks the bigger one. If you click that, it changes and you will see what will happen. So this is how you can have the interactivity among two charts as well. So you can have the analysis. This is the visualization analysis, not the data analysis. In Power Pivot, we can have the data analysis using numbers, but here you can visually represent the data and you can analyze the data. It is two-way approach. It is not one-to-two. It is one-to-one. For example, if I want to say, look at this. This is, I want to see what will happen to the laptop in all other cities. What is the performance? If I click the laptop, you see that all are grayed out and we have all the volume of only the laptop in various cities. So this is good stuff, I guess, and with the help of this you can have the various type of analysis. You can present your analysis while presenting that stuff to someone.
Can you insert a Power View graph in PowerPoint and it still remains interactive?
Okay, that need to be checked. That need to be checked. Okay, one of our friend has asked that question, that whether we can insert the Power View chart in our PowerPoint. My answer is that we need to check it. So I haven't experienced that, but after the session, right here, I will check that and we'll see that whether we can do that or not. Okay, fine. So let's start at how we can build that. From the sketch, just close it. We don't want to, okay, don't get the sample data. This is the sample data. Okay, I want you to move this data. I want you to move this data, this sheet, to a new sheet. So by clicking the sample data, the name tab, click that, and then you have a move or copy. And then create a copy, and then you need to move this to the new book one. New book one, click OK, and you have the data set right here. So we will be building the Power View charts, Power View reports on this data, and you can close the other one. So you can close the other one. Okay, remember one thing. You can use the data models as well. So similarly, all the ingredients of the Power Pivot, apart from the DEX, right, you can still use these features right in the pivot table. So if you have the measures in the data model, you can still be able to use those features in your Power View. But right here, I will be using this data set, which is a very small data set, and I will be developing the Power View just to demonstrate that how you can build your Power View reports, right, only on one sheet. We can have data from multiple sheets as we did in the Power Pivot, but right now, for the demonstration purposes, I'm using this data set only. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to format this as table. If you don't want to format it as table, that we might be confused that what data type is this. So in the Power View, in the pivot field list, you might see range, not the table name. So you might be confused. So it is a good idea that this data set must be named, and we can name with one of the thing which is known as a table. So format this as table, right? My table as headers, click OK, and then design, and this is the table name, and this is data for Power View maybe. Data for Power View, and enter. Now we have the data set with us. Now select any of the cell right here and then click the Insert tab. Click the Insert tab, and what we need to do, we need to just click the Power View button. Once we click that, it will automatically detect the data set, put that data into the Power View fields, and then we will be utilizing this stuff here and there, and you will see what will happen. Okay, so you see that this is the data for Power View. I have just converted this range into a table, named it as a data for Power View, right? And just click that button, and I've got this view, right? Okay, we have the Power View. We have, look at here, we have the refresh, we have the relationship, we can set the image, background image, and stuff like this. We have so many different options available with us. But right now, what actually is the screen says, this is actually the complete data we have right over here. Right? This is the complete data set. So we want to transform this data into an image, right? And look at here, this is actually all the fields which are present in that table, and these are already checked. Here we have different stuff. That stuff that is checked. For example, if I unchecked everything and the data is gone here, and the field is become empty. So click, click, click. I don't have anything here, and I don't have anything here. So what we need to do, we need to click that, whatever variation or whatever component of this table I want to display. For example, I want to say the location. I have the location right over here. Right? Now I want to have something on it. I want to say what is actually the amount. So I can, I've used two terms. One is the dimension and other is the measure, right? So everything that has numeric incorrect in nature can be a measure. So you will find the summation sign. All those summation sign indicates that these columns are contain numbers, and which are not, these are textual data. So for example, I want to see that what is the total sale at each of the city. So this reflect Gujranwala, Islamabad, Lahore, and this is the case. Similarly, I can do another stuff. First, if I click that and I want to transform this into an image, it is very, very easy. What you need to do is you need to click the design tab. First of all, you need to have this table right here. If you have that, then you can manipulate. So once you have that, go to the design, and on the extreme left there is a group known as the switch visualization. So let's see what you can do with that. First of all, look at the table. You have three ways to represent this data, maybe in the form of a table. So this is the table, right? Then you have another variation. This is the matrix. So matrix and the table, these are similar in character because matrix has the rows and matrix has the column. So is the table, and so is the, it contains both things. But there is another thing, that is a card. Look at the card. This is how you can represent your data in the form of the cards. I want to represent another, for example, I want to see another, do we have a discount here? No, we don't have a discount here. Okay, but we can have the location alongside, we can have the product and something like this. So this is one thing. Click outside this range and now click, for example, the salesperson, for example, salesperson, and you will see you have a salesperson something here, right? You can do two things with this. Number one, either you can induct, say, amount. This will give you this thing. You can play around with this. You can use the tab and the card. So this will be represented like this. So there is something. We have the dimensions, what you call the location, and then we have the salesperson. There is another thing that you can do with that. I don't want to say, as far as this is concerned, this is selected. Click the table and go into the table format. So what I want to do is I want to say use as in slicer, but first of all I need to unclick. I want to use it as a slicer to see what will happen that Mr. Badr Hussain have made what sort of sales here. So if I need to do this, there is one thing which is known as a slicer. You already knew that this will be activated. If you click that, this will become a slicer. So if you click the Badr Hussain, you will see this is the information of Mr. Badr Hussain in the form of the cards. If you click Chaudhry Nisar, you will see the change in the data. Similarly, Mr. Javed Bhatt, and so on and so forth. So this is how you can make the slicer, right? So we will be developing a few more slicer right after this. Okay. cut, I want to cut this. So now I'm using this particular representation, not this one. This is the table, this is the matrix, and this is the stuff. But rather I will be using as a column chart or a bar chart. If I click the column chart, I can have the stack column chart, I can clustered column chart. If I use the clustered column chart, for example, see what will happen. It will take a minute or two, and this will be represented like this. Right? And now what I will do is I will develop another chart, right? For example, in that case, I'm using a salesperson. Let me take outside and then the salesperson, and then the amount, and something like this, and change its representation to custom bar chart. Now, this is what we have right now. So we have two charts available with us. Both are interconnected with each other because this is from the same data set. If you want to see what will happen in Gujranwala, if you click that, so these are the 4 salesmen and their performance is visually represented. So if you go here, for example, you want to see what will happen, what is the performance of Mr. Parvez Khan in various city of the region. So you have clicked that and you can clearly see that Mr. Parvez Khan did not have any transaction at all in the city of Islamabad. He works in Gujranwala, fine. He is in Lahore, he is active in Sialkot but not in Islamabad. So this is how you can visually represent your data that way. Okay, similarly we can add something more to it as well. For example, let it be like this. Let it be like this. Okay, we have 2 things here. Okay. You can have another thing. Now we have out from here, we have now product here. This is another thing. So we have this, we have a bit louder stuff, and we have this. Now we want to have amount once again. So we have 3 different reports in the same thing, right? Okay. Okay. Now convert this into again the column cluster chart. Now we have something, you may call it a weird, but it is not. So if you click one of the data item, so if you click that, you will see that this is the case of laptops. You are looking at the laptop and its performance at various cities and by various salesperson. So, and if you want to click this, you will see have a different set altogether. So either this, either that, you can manipulate around and visually represent data in variety of ways. Okay.
Can we look at laptop and LCD together?
Laptop and?
LCD together. Or maybe 2 individual sales individuals.
I don't think so. Let's check it. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Something we can, something we can't. And the only thing that we need to do is we need to try and check it out, okay, whether we can or we can't, right? So yes, we can here. What we need to do, we need to use our finger. You need to right. Okay, fine. Similarly, you can do a lot of things. Look at here. This is the bar chart. You can use the stack bar chart. All this can be changed visually. You have the pie chart right over here. You can have some other charts, for example.
Sir, I have a question. If you want to see how many laptops were sold by Parvez Khan in let's say Gujranwala, how can we see that?
Experiment. The answer is experiment. And that's what I'm going to say to a on the G network. So experiment.
Okay, we need to experiment this.
Let them experiment.
Okay, we have a question. What is the question? Please repeat that question.
We want to see a particular salesperson, let's say Parvez Khan, how many laptops did he sell in Gujranwala region or Lahore region? How can we do that?
Okay, let's check it out. Okay, first of all, go back to our original. This is actually a clustered column. This is more appealing right now. And this is clustered column. So we have everything in place. We want to check it out with that thing. This is the performance of laptop. And I think if you click that, I think we won't be able to do that. Okay. Okay, let me try a different way. Cut it. Let it be salesperson. And we have something like this. Make it as a slicer. Can we do that? And laptop. Right now we can't. But something has happened. This is actually the case.
Yes. Selected Badrus and then you selected laptops and it is showing how many laptops were sold in Gujranwala.
It is not how many, for how much. Instead of if you use the quantity, then that will be done.
And then we can select laptops.
Right, so this is, you can do a lot of, okay fine, let's very quickly go through okay, let's go to 3 more stuff and then we will get this thing out. Or for example, okay, so I've cleaned this out. And now we have something location, and then we have amount, and then we will be using salesperson. Okay, look at this representation. Okay. Right? This is another way of looking your data. You can select your data right from here. This is the way you can use this data. This is, or similarly, अगर आप इसको ये कर लें, for example, the card one, the card stuff. ठीक है, इसको थोड़ा सा बड़ा, make it up. So make it up. Similarly, you can put it back, you can take this, right, and you have a different stuff altogether. This is style, you can change it to tile flow. This is another way. You have the laptop neither. This is the thing, so this is, okay, the most of the thing that you can do. Okay, the last thing for as far as the power view is concerned, you can play it around and you can find out different ways of using it. So I'm doing this, I'm taking product back, right, and clicking everything back. Okay, I want to do something else. Let me see whether I can be able to do that right over here or not. Maybe I can. Okay, So this is the report for this data set. But I want to present that data not here but in a different way. Not in the form of matrix card or a table, not by this sort of visualization, but over the map. So what you need to do, you need to just click the map. It will take a bit time, but there is one thing that you need to do and you need to be aware of. There is something you need to download or connect it with the Bing map. If it is connected with the Bing map, then you will be able to do that. Then you can present your data right with this stuff. If don't, then it won't be easy for you to do that, right? So that is the thing. You can have different manipulation for Bing error loading image. I do have the connectivity, but somehow I'm unable to connect it with the Bing. I've never. Is it working? It's not working with my system, right? It is not. Okay, let's see. Let it be. Okay. Is it working? Is it working? So that's actually, you can show your data over the map. We do have some different ways to present your data over the map in certain interesting way, but I think let's, as far as the Power Pivot is concerned, let's, okay, few things you might be, it will already automatically do that. It will automatically with connect it the Bing and download the image, and it will do. Look at here, we have the image right in front of us. This is Islamabad, this is Gujranwala, this is Lahore, and this is Sialkot. We have 4 locations, right? One thing that we can do, I don't know, okay, whether we can do, okay, layout. I missed the layout. So in the layout, you can do few stuff, right? You can use the data labels. Okay, data label, right? You can use the map background. You can change the map background, right? This is something different. This is something aerial, and this is something grace aerial map. So you can have few other alternatives to play around to present your data over the map in a different way. Okay, let's take few minutes for the practice, and we can order a tea for us.
We get tea, but let them continue. Rest for time. So
5 minutes.
all right. 5 minutes break.
You can play it around with the Power View. You can enjoy the Power View, and we will get back to you after 5 minutes. Okay, fine. Welcome back with short break. I think that you have tried something new from the Power View and get a new insight of it. You can play it around in your...
Like a few people have actually. So Master has checked that if you keep the control key pressed, you can select multiple variables.
So I have actually used my finger to and press it and try to, for some reason, it did not work it out for me, but it worked. Maybe there's the problem with my control key, with this keypad, right? So maybe. So that is actually the case. We know the usefulness of the control key and the click key. We can do a lot of things with that. So actually I tried that, but it didn't work. Okay, anyhow, let's begin our last session of the day, last topic of the day, that is on Power Query. Okay, the Power Query, again, if you have the 2010, I'm afraid you won't be able to do that.
Or use also identify.
Right. Okay, but okay, what you need to do, you need to download it from the Microsoft Office website, and then you need to install it. And when it is installed, then you will be able to do that. But once again, what you need to do, you need to activate that add-in, and similarly as we did as far as Power View, Power Map, and Power Pivot. So I don't think I need to go through that part. As far as 2016 is concerned, there is no Power Query as such. But we do have all the functionality that Power Query have. We have right there in the Data tab. With a different name, it is Get and Transform. In 2013, 2010, you maybe say it is Power Query, but in 2016 it is Get and Transform. Okay, the primary function of this particular feature is to get the data, clean your data, what we sometimes people say cleansing your data, prepare your data so that you can analyze your data. At times our data is not in that particular form that is needed for the analysis. So the objective of this particular feature is to transform your data for using the data for analysis. So we will be discussing one or two examples for this, so that you can understand and you can appreciate that what this feature can do for you. It can do a lot of things for you. I was told that we might have a detailed session on the Power Query. This is only the overview and the introduction of this particular feature, right? Okay, let's discuss, rather do one or two things with this. Okay, I need to close this. This machine is slow. Okay, in the Get and Transform Power Query, we have something, we have three. One is the folder and one is two other workbooks. Let's open first text to column.
Text to column.
Text to column.
I'm uploading this handout. Just give me Is there another one that you will use after this?
Yes, I will be using one more. So two examples. I'm not sure which one. Only the time will tell that. Okay. But if attendance has that data, any of the data, maybe the Power View data, they still be able to do that. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Look at this particular data. Okay, sometime it happens that we get the data from different sources. We import the data and we might have data like this. Our objective is to reproduce this data set or separate this data into different columns. So this is one of our objective, right? So what we want to do is we want to put that data into this particular form. Item number comes like here. We have the item, which is the peppermint oil in that case, and we have the 5 ml. Although it is written in one column. You might be knowing one of the features that is available in the data tab, and that what is called the text to column feature. Okay, the text to column feature that might help you out for cases like these, but we will be doing the special treatment for this data set. So we might be converting this data set into a particular form, and first of all we will try to do something with the text to column and see what will be the result. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, this is the data set that I want to transform. If I use text to column, convert text to column wizard will appear, and I want to say separate it with the help of delimited, and delimited actually is the something, maybe a symbol or a space by which these can be separated. So if I delimit this and click the next one, this asks me for which delimiter you want to use. For example, in that case we have a space. If you click the space, right, this will give you something like this. We have the item, we have the number, we have the item, we have the size, and something like this. If I click text and finish, it says there is already data here and do you want to replace it. If I click OK, what will happen? I have the data like this. But I don't want to have my data like this. I want to have my data like this. Text to column has separated with respect to the spaces in between. We have the space right over here, we have the space right over here, we have the space right over here. But what actually we want item code, item number will be in one column like this. We have the peppermint oil, the razor blade, etc. in that part, and we want other specs in the third column. That actually we want to achieve, and that we can do using the data get and transform feature. Okay, let's try this out. Once you have clicked the data tab, go to the get and transform, and then click the new query. Okay, new query, and that is from our book. Okay, the workbook. Okay, we need to look into where is that. Okay, we have connected. Okay, we have this data set. Okay, I have taken this data from one of my friend. He actually very good in transforming the data. I've asked give me a few examples, so he have emailed that sheet. So I will be using that. That it is in the product. Click the product, select the product, view that, and then click load. Now we have the product like this, right? So this is very simple stuff. So table 322 rows are added, and that is actually, we have the data with us. Now, what you need to do is, you need to look at query. Okay, where that, I guess I lost that thing. Fresh. Okay, I think this is the query. I lost the button somehow. It should not be here, it should be in the query. Load, refresh, delete, properties. Okay, it is. Sir, 2016. It is 2016.
Interesting comment. Kenan is saying, after doing training for more than 6 hours, you have the right to get tired and make your voice slow.
Okay, that's a wonderful comment. That's a wonderful comment. Okay. Yes, that's in case. Something has happened. I need to look into once again. There is something that I missed somewhere. I need to have one button somewhere that will split that. And I
What is split
text. It's it isn't. Okay, let me do it once again. What actually I need to do, I need to open this. Okay, fine. New. Okay, data, new query from workbook. I need to have what desktop. He's, I think, right. Text to column. So connecting, please wait. I'm waiting. Display option, text to column, and I want to induct sheet. This is the sheet. Oh, I don't want to use this sheet. I want to use this sheet. This is the edit. Okay. Yes, now I can think I can do that. Huh? Yes. Okay, okay, I will. Okay. Now, the thing that I'm missing, that there are two buttons right over here when I actually load that query. One is load and the other one is edit. So actually I need to edit this query. So once I click edit, I should get this, right? I should get this. Now here in this particular thing, we have one button which is known as the column split column. Or you can use the right mouse button. If you click that, and you should find this over here as well. Take a delimiter by number of characters and so on and so forth, something like this, right? if you do that, click that, and by pressing the split column by delimiters, if you click the delimiters, look at this, what will happen. First of all, we need to select what is the delimiter. As in the case of the text to column, we should select the space. Somewhere we have the space. And we have the split by what of the thing? Add the leftmost delimiter. At the leftmost delimiter, this one. If I click OK, at the leftmost delimiter, if I click that and click OK,
Rightmost selector.
OK.
Take a couple.
That is okay. Okay, look at that, what will happen. We are able to select the column item numbers. Now, we will be moving here. We have the right click against once again, and then we have the split column. But this by maybe delimiters and by again the space, and then we have add rightmost delimiters. If you click that and click OK, and you will see the data that I'm needing right now is right over here. Right? And similarly, if you want to do something like with this, look at this data. We have 5 ml, we have 10 pk, we have 5 ml, we have 295 ml, and so on and so forth. So it means there are 2 characters that I want to split. That might be the case, or that might not be the case, but if my requirement is that I want to extract 2 characters from the right, leaving only a number behind and separate it in the next column, what I need to do is I need to click that part, click, right click, and split, and by delimiter, number of characters, cancel number of characters. Split column by number of characters, and by how many numbers? 2, and once as right as possible. Click OK, and you will see what will happen.
And now these quantities are numerics, and you can maybe convert them into the same unit.
Whatever you want to do. Look at here. Look at here. This is the item number, this one, and if you want to look at its data type, this is decimal number. The data type is decimal number. So you can either change it to decimal, currency, whole number, percentage, and whatever you want to do. Even you can convert it to text or true, false binary. So you can set the things right over here, right? After that, what you need to do is you need to say, select all of these, right click, remove other columns. You need to rename all of these. We have the item number. We have the item number. We have right over here maybe the product. And here we have the further specification. Actually, I've deleted one of the column beside all of this. But anyhow, so if that is the case, so what at the end we need to close and load, close and load. So what will happen? We have the data right in our table. So we have load the data, we have get the data, which is not normalized or not the way it should be. So we have transformed the data that is required for our analysis.
Just because we were a little quick when we were connecting files of our queries.
Someone want to redo this?
Very quickly, just not very quickly. Just can tell how Power Query is loaded and how we connect with the other file.
Okay.
Although it was very simple, I got it, but just for the benefit of the ladies.
Everything is simple, sir. the thing is, as long as we know that thing, it is simple. The thing that we don't know, it becomes tedious. So at that particular time from 10 to onward like this, the things tend to be difficult. Okay, fine. One of my famous question that people do ask me in my sessions, allow me to repeat that in Urdu, sir shuru se shuru kare.
Right from the beginning.
That means kindly sir, start right from the beginning. So that is the famous question in all of my sessions. So please do it again, right from the beginning. So I'm doing the same stuff right from the beginning. And I think that should be the last thing that we will be doing.
I mean, I think the benefit of doing this webinar is that you can do it from beginning as many times as you want, but on your own. You can go back and watch the recording or the replay as many times as you want.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'm closing it. I don't want to save it, right? So this is the data that I have, sir. Okay. So this time I will be a little bit slower. Okay.
Not the whole thing.
Okay, fine. Okay. This is the data set that we need to transform in a different way, or the way that is used in our analysis. For example, we want to separate item, we want to separate the product name and the further specification. So if you want to do that, it is very, very simple. So maybe we want to close it, or maybe we want to open a new file. Open a new file. Then we have the data set, data tab with us. Then we have the new query. So all of the things that you will be doing or we will be doing using a Power Query or get and transform, we need to have a query. Everything that we need to it has to be done in the query. So query is something that can be manipulated, that can be used to modify and that can be used to get the required data set the way that we want. Okay, so it is a new query. So we know that our data is somewhere in the Excel workbook. Look at what other option we have. We have from workbooks, we have CSV, we have XML, we have text, we have some other as well. So first of all, from workbook. The workbook is somewhere in the ACCA BI webinar, get and transform Power Query, and this is text to column. Once you click that and click import, the data from this particular sheet will be imported to the query. When we have this is actually the connection is establishing. So this text to column workbook contains these many sheets. Selecting one by one will give you the preview of what we have, right? This is actually the sheet, this is actually the outcome of the sheet, and this is the sheet which we need to transform. Once it is selected, this is the preview of the sheet. Now look at here, we have 3 buttons altogether. The connection is established. We are importing this data, this particular data into the query. Now if we load it, the whole data will be actually loaded to the query, and then we can use some other things with the data. But right now we want to edit that query. When we have the editor will open. Editor, this is the editor, the query editor. Here we will be applying different stuffs to the query, making many things with the query. So what actually we need here, we need to look at this particular column. Whatever here, we can delete that. Right? We can remove that. We can remove that. Whatever is not required, remove that. So we have this data stuff. So what we need to do, first of all, we need to get this item numbers first. So either after selecting, after clicking that part, either I can click right click or I can use this transform split column. If I click that, again it's asking by delimiter or by characters, number of characters. First of all, we have a space, click delimiters. If you click that, asking for which delimiter do we have in this, we know it is a space. We have a space, right? And look at here, we have the space, and this is the first space which is at the left. So what we need to do, we need to add each occurrence of the delimiter. So add the leftmost delimiter. So at the leftmost delimiter, click that, click OK, and we will get this stuff. And similarly, if we repeat the same thing, but this time we have at the right side of the column. So right click, split, and we have the delimiter, which is again the space, and we have at the rightmost, click OK, and the last stuff is that we want to get 2 mlpk in another column, right click, split columns, and this is by number of characters, and the number of characters are 2, and we have ones as far as the right is concerned, or click OK. Once you do that, we have the data that we have. Either we can use that data and we can plug in close and load and close and load. And you will see.
Delimiter can be any character. So for example,
any
in
character.
the first column there is the hash sign.
Oh.
Can that be a delimiter?
Yes, any symbol. Even the character can be a delimiter.
So space is
Yes.
space, comma. And
Yes, yes. Okay, here we have this data set. So what you can do with this data set, it's up to you. This is actually the case. Okay, there are might be one more two things that we can do, but I think in 15 minutes time it will be difficult for us to do
Let me
that.
do one more thing, but before we get into that, I need to have their feedback. So I can very quickly,
Okay, fine.
you know, send them a poll question,
Okay, fine, fine.
get their feedback.
Okay, it's time to get their feedback. Okay, please provide your feedback, whether it is positive or negative, both.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will on your screens see a pop-up question which will ask you for your feedback. Should be on your screen right now. So please select the right option, whatever you feel it was. You found the session to be excellent, very useful, good, not so good, or you've seen better. Giving you a few seconds more. Quickly select what was your feedback. About 30 more seconds. Please give us your feedback. All right, closing. So just to share with you the feedback of the session,
30% thought excellent, 48% thought very useful, 21% thought good, 1% who think this is not so good. Please send us your reason. Why do you think this was not so good? What needs to be improved? But thank you very much for all those who liked the session. Otherwise, I think we just have about time to share one more PowerPoint. Can we do that?
No, I don't think we have time to do that. It will take a bit longer.
Okay.
So we need to. So let's call it a day then. So if you have any other thing to say, please say it now. We are concluding our session. Thank you very much.
Can you give about 10 minutes for question and answers if they have any specific questions now left? So very specific questions if you want to. All right, before we go on, I think in one of our breaks we discussed that Power Pivot is a very, very detailed topic. We have tried to do justice to it. However, there is still a lot left.
Yes.
We want you people to be experts in this, and therefore what we've decided is that we're going to have one full day exclusive session on tables, pivot tables, and Power Pivot. Right? So we'll start with the basics, which is tables, then we'll move on to pivot table, which is the next one, and then Power Pivot, the highest level of it, right? So I think that one session will give you a lot of expertise around data analysis, right? Similarly, probably a half a day session on Power Query again.
Yes.
Right? So what else can be done with Power Query? There's quite a bit left.
There are a lot of things to do.
A lot of it. Yeah. So these are very, very detailed topics, and I was talking to Khurram, and very simply speaking, a very sort of key difference between the tools that we normally use in Excel versus the ones we've discussed today is that these tools are used for big data, for huge amounts of data that normally in Excel or in any other spreadsheet tool you cannot easily analyze and simplify. So these tools are specific for big data analysis, which is the key these days, and everybody is talking about big data and how to effectively use it.
Next 4 or 5 years actually demands people who has the expertise on the business intelligence stuff. So this is the right platform to understand and grasp and develop the skills of business intelligence using this.
Yeah, I think there was one missing link when we announced this as a Microsoft Excel session in business intelligence. I thought people would understand that this is at a very, very high level, right? And however, we felt that people did not probably realize that the level is going to be such. However, we're glad that we have already conducted sessions on Excel level 1, 2, and 3. We will repeat some of those as well, right? We will repeat the different levels of Excel as well to the time you feel that you're all experts or business intelligence users of Microsoft Excel. So I think we'll continue doing that, and I think starting from here, probably towards the end of March, beginning of April, there'll be more sessions on Excel. Let me just read out a few of the comments that people are making at the moment, some very useful comments, besides a lot of thank you and appreciation messages. We will sort of collectively respond to those in the end. Trisha is saying, please do organize more of these sessions. Certainly we will. Sibin is saying, can we discuss on saving of files and which files can we delete? Okay, I understand. Can we discuss on saving of files? And can you please clarify your comment, Sibin? Adil Khan is saying, kindly add some sort of short tips for formula of Excel in the shape of VLOOKUP, I believe, random between type in your next meetings. These were the topics that we discussed in the previous levels. But in any case, I think we will be able to do that. Trisha once again saying thanks to ACCA for organizing such a useful session that was technical and more relevant to our daily work lives, irrespective of the profession. Exactly. Thank you very much for attending, and I'm sure you found it useful. I felt it very, very intense. Honestly speaking, you lose 1 minute of attention and you're lost forever. So I think the recording will be very, very useful. Mubashir will be saying we did not cover the topic power map. Okay, noted, and that will be discussed in
that is because of the time constraint.
We took a lot of time with power pivot, and especially with
we have assumed that the attendants are actually know the power pivot, so we have spent a lot of time on that.
And also, you know, when we were asking them to install the right right patches also. I mean, although we had emailed the links and concerns right from the beginning, but people probably came in a little unprepared. So anyways, but never mind. I think we still did justice with the session. Sakib Woman is saying Power View is a great tool for data representation in today's session. Okay, is Power View is basic or is it complete? Are there any more topics left in Power View?
If you just explore it, it is
I think the rest of it is basics, and it's just about exploring. I think the crux of it has already been explained, Sakib. Just a few more easier things left. For example, selecting multiple, variables, etc. So that should be okay.
It is just a tool. It's up to you how to use it.
Muhammad Harijul and Muhammad Hanifas are saying feel good session and wants to get more practice. Hope recording will help us. Yes, we'll try to upload the recording as soon as it is available from GoToWebinar. GoToWebinar actually takes a bit of time, about an hour or so, to convert the recording into MP4, and only then it can be uploaded. We try to do that as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Khurram. Useful, but need a lot of practice. I agree. Practice makes the man perfect. Jahara Ahmed Ali, also please set a session on keyboard shortcuts for Excel. Is that required? Is it? Do you really think so? And you should be able to get your way through. I mean, keyboard shortcuts. Maybe we can send you a chart of shortcut keys. That should serve.
Yes, yes.
We will try to stay more technical rather than those gizmos. We call them gizmos. Right? Okay. Wow, great. Thank you very much. Power Query is similar to the SQL query?
Yes.
It's quite similar. All right, but it will be discussed in more detail in future sessions. Yes, the session will be available on Vimeo. Exactly, Eddie Faisal. That's what we're going to do. Just as it is downloaded, we'll make it available to you on vimeo.com/ACCA Pakistan. Okay, Zishan, thank you very much. Learned a lot today. Hassan was saying, kindly tell what 2 items are you leaving? We haven't left much. Bit of Power Query and a bit of Power Map. Yes.
We need to discuss few more things. We can. So a Power Query, yes, we do. Some of the more important text function that we will be discussing in the suggested webinar. So that will be covered soon.
Okay. Jihan is asking, can we get a whole video session via email? Jihan, video may not be possible. Emailing may not be possible. But what we do is we will definitely make it available on our Vimeo channel. So if you can visit www.vimeo.com/ACCA Pakistan, that is where you'll be able to find this video in the near future. We'll try to upload it today before in the late evening, or otherwise by Monday it should be available. one more announcement that I'd like to make, and that is about certificates. A lot of people that I think will be interested in getting their certificates. We will email the certificates to you by Monday. Right? So please remember, by Monday you should find your certificates through email. Okay? So, and that you can use for verifiable CPD units. So maximum 7 verifiable units, okay, that you can claim, but it depends upon the time you have stayed online to attend this session. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all from our side. Thank you all for appreciating our work, for appreciating this initiative. Thank you, Khurram. He wasn't feeling well. He didn't show it. Probably towards the end it was a little visible, but he didn't show it at all that he had worked the whole night actually to put these exercises together and to explore Office 2016, to see if there are any changes. And I think only at a couple of points you got to know that things are sort of slipping out, but then very, very effective. I can say that it went very well, and I think you all must have enjoyed it quite a lot. Even my colleague started sneezing now, would be an indication for us to leave. So I think that's all about it. Thank you very much. For those countries where the weekend is beginning, please enjoy your weekend. And those countries where the weekend is about to end, good luck, and good luck with your working days. Thank you very much. Take care, and signing out from this webinar.